Chapter 535. Reading. Without the astral realm, path fusers were essentially no different from ancient sages. They might even be weaker. In ancient times, sages would often leave a part of their spirit in the void for their own safety. To kill them, one had to first find their spirit in the void. Of course, this method was far inferior to that of a modern Star Lord. No matter how well one hid in the void, one could always be found. On the contrary, as long as the astral realm was still there, it could be a good shield. But without the astral realm, these path fusers were very weak. As the controller of dream power, Dream Immortal had a very deep understanding of the rules of the world. But once she lost the cloud dream sky, she couldn't even withstand a punch from Ji Yunan. When the vitality of her body was completely cut off, Dream Immortal, who used to be a path fuser, immediately turned into a skeleton. She was swallowed by the rules of shadow, leaving no trace behind. The meeting was silent. Ji Yunan raised his head and looked at Monk Fa Kong and Elder Zi Luo, who had spoken earlier. Elder Zi Luo was silent, but Fa Kong kept chanting the name of Buddha. Amitabha, I have sinned, but Ji Yunan couldn't be bothered with them. He turned and rushed toward the original realm, his figure quickly disappearing. After Ji Yunan disappeared, Elder Zi Luo smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I regret not listening to Xueren back then. Xueren? Yu Lian frowned and slowly walked down from the platform. She asked, what did Xueren say? Does he know something? Back then, Xueren had died inexplicably at the critical moment of his ascension. Moreover, he had died in Ji Yunan's territory, which had aroused suspicion. But the scene of Ji Yunan's violent murder had chilled the hearts of all the path fusers present. No one would like to coexist peacefully with a lunatic. It could be said that after this battle, if they could return to the previous era where there were many heavens, then Ji Yunan would definitely be the one being attacked by everyone. So when Elder Zi Luo mentioned that Xueren had once said something, everyone's attention was focused on him. Elder Zi Luo shook his head slightly. It's just a feeling. He felt that the gods might be right, that the evil god Ji Yunan might destroy the entire world. Li Xi actually felt the same way about this point of view, but he had come into contact with Ji Yunan too late and discovered it too late. Therefore, he said, he's right. The evil god is a creature that we can't understand. Based on the current situation, his strength has already surpassed our imagination. We must destroy him. To Tao integration stage cultivators, they could tolerate a person who was violent, murderous, and capricious. However, they couldn't tolerate a person who was too powerful. What truly threatened them was Ji Yunan's strength, not his personality. I agree. Ju Po stepped forward and said with a strange smile. They can't kill Ji Yunan, said Lu Wen with a frown. At this time, the Tao Integration Conference had already concluded. Lu Wen and Ju Po met in private, but they were still discussing the topics they had discussed during the conference. At the end of the conference, almost all the Tao integration stage cultivators agreed to join forces to kill Ji Yunan. Some even suggested joining forces with the world of gods to make peace with the main god. However, there was still no consensus on whether to join forces with the main god. Only the fact that Ji Yunan had to die had been publicly acknowledged. It was just that Lu Wen had raised a different opinion towards this point of view. I know, said Ju Po calmly. Austin, Daisy, and Bayer couldn't kill him even if they joined forces. What can Yu Lian and I do? In a battle of this level, numbers won't help. Lu Wen looked at Ju Po quietly, waiting for his explanation. Ju Po raised his head. Ji Yunan is looking for the original realm. I want to look for him too. When he returns next time, perhaps we'll know some things. In the world of the rift, Ji Yunan hadn't seen Daoist Yellow Spring for a long time. In the past, when he came here, he would always find a random place to enter. He had never met Daoist Yellow Spring. However, he also knew that Daoist Yellow Spring had always been here. It was just a matter of whether he was willing to come out and see him. This time, he came out. You've become stronger again. Daoist Yellow Spring looked at Ji Yunan calmly and said in an inexplicable tone. Since Ji Yunan often came to the crack world, it could be said that Daoist Yellow Spring was more familiar with the growth of his strength than anyone else in this world. Ji Nan smiled and said, I want to try and see if I can break the bit wall here. It's worth a try, Daoist Yellow Spring agreed. But before that, I have some new discoveries. Oh. Ji Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Daoist Yellow Spring's body slowly solidified. He looked at Ji Nan and said with a smile, I've made many attempts to exchange materials between the two worlds. I firmly believe that if this kind of experiment succeeds, then sooner or later, living things can be transported. Unfortunately, the previous experiments have all failed. Daoist Yellow Spring shook his head, then looked at Ji Nan and said with a smile, I've made some progress recently. This is the inspiration you gave me. When Ji Nan entered and exited the original realm, Daoist Yellow Spring certainly saw it. The method he used was to forcibly enter the original realm through a trace with his ridiculously powerful spiritual soul. The descent of such a pure will greatly hindered Ji Nan's actions, and even his power was greatly weakened. But in the end, he managed to enter. I extracted the spiritual soul of an ordinary person, wrapped it with the power of the spiritual soul, and then sent it into the crack world. It was a success, Daoist Yellow Spring said. Ji Nan looked up at him and suddenly smiled. You already knew this, right? Didn't you bring Lu Wen out? Daoist Yellow Spring's expression paused for a moment, then he revealed a dumbfounded smile. It seems that you know more than I thought. I have been to the civilization of Lu Wen's previous life, Ji Nan said casually. You and Lu Wen have communicated before, right? He pretended not to know how to leave. Are you trying to trick Ju Po? As for the purpose of Daoist Yellow Spring and Lu Wen, Ji Nan actually had no clue. He was just making a random guess. After all, with his current strength, all kinds of conspiracies and schemes were no longer important. At most, he would not explore the secrets of the original realm. He was still an invincible cultivator. If it weren't for the lack of progress in the origins of God's game, he wouldn't even be interested in Daoist Yellow Spring. On the contrary, it was Ji Nan's behavior that made Daoist Yellow Spring unsure how much he knew. He said with a slightly solemn expression, Ju Po chose to retreat back then, so he was not qualified to participate in my plan. So, what do you want to do? Ji Nan smiled faintly and looked at Daoist Yellow Spring. Chapter 536. Read. Ji Nan stared at him for a long time, then asked, I left here only a few hundred years ago. Did you find anything? Not at all. I can't figure it out either. Daoist Netherworld looked distressed. So I want to ask you to help me with an experiment. You want me to send someone out? Ji Nan raised his eyebrows. Yes. The expression on Daoist Netherworld's face was very sincere. Perhaps this was his purpose from the beginning, but he initially tried to lie to Ji Nan to help and was unwilling to tell him the truth. This was also very normal. After all, he had spent tens of thousands of years on observing and studying the world in the crack. How could he be willing to easily share the results with others? I'll try, Ji Nan said after thinking for a while. The first attempt that Ji Nan made was to use his 14th order body and laws to force his way into the original realm. But unfortunately, even though he had reached the 14th order, the bit wall of the original realm was still as stable as a rock, allowing Ji Nan to bombard it without the slightest fluctuation. This degree of spatial stability even made Ji Nan feel incredible. He had already entered the interior of the original realm and knew that the laws of space were indeed more stable than those of the outside world, but not to this extent. A bit wall that even a 14th order cultivator could not break. Or, was there some unknown secret behind it? Ji Nan did not think too much about it. He descended into the original realm with his will and returned to the Blue Planet civilization again. With the existence of the power of laws, Fu Cheng was still Fu Cheng, and even her appearance did not change much. She even began to learn to put on makeup, just to make herself look a little older, lest people think of her as a monster. And Light Origin, a game that was once popular throughout the Federation, finally gradually left the market after more than 10 years of ups and downs. No game could always be popular, this was a matter of course. Under the impact of a steady stream of new games, the current Light Origin was more like a kind of memory, living in the memory of the older generation of gamers. Even Fu Cheng's Chengying Entertainment had long since stopped operating this game, but there was one thing that Fu Cheng had been doing in secret. She collected and recorded the information of every player who had completed the second transition and above. This was especially so for players who had completed the third transition. She would observe all of them. Fu Cheng had been doing this for years, even though the person who gave her the task had been silent for years. Because every time Fu Cheng looked in the mirror and saw that face that was so young that it didn't belong to her, she would recall that memory. On this day, when Fu Cheng returned home, she found a stranger dressed in rags sitting in front of her desk, flipping through some information unhurriedly. Fu Cheng knew all too well what this information was. Since a few years ago, she had kept this part of the information here and had never changed its position. Are there still no abnormal players? He didn't even raise his head to look at Fu Cheng, as if it was natural for him to do so. Yes. Fu Cheng spoke without any awkwardness. We've recorded all the high-level players. Most of them are living a normal life. There are also some people who no longer work in the game industry due to changes in their lives. However, we haven't found any dead people yet, Fu Cheng said carefully. Ji Yu Nan never told her why he was watching these players, but she seemed to be aware of it herself. Ji Yu Nan didn't care what Fu Cheng knew. After he got the information about the game, he had no interest in it. Now, he only knew that his game experiment had probably failed. There was no second transmigrator like him. Or was there some kind of opportunity? Ji Yu Nan raised his head and looked at Fu Cheng. Do you want to see the outside world? Fu Cheng was stunned. She murmured, the outside world. She knew that Ji Yu Nan's background wasn't simple. It was very likely that he came from a civilization outside the blue planet. Now, she had even gotten his confirmation. Of course, she didn't know that the outside world that Ji Yu Nan was talking about was a place even further out. However, after thinking for a long time, Fu Cheng shook her head and said, I'm sorry. I still have a daughter and Chengying Entertainment. For now, before she finished speaking, Ji Yu Nan had already raised his hand gently and directly extracted her spiritual soul. He quickly brought it out of the original realm. Ji Yu Nan was just asking. As for Fu Cheng's opinion itself, it didn't matter. After a while, Ji Yu Nan wrapped Fu Cheng's spiritual soul with the power of the law and began to try to break through the bit wall of the original realm. Unlike the two major worlds, the bit wall of the two worlds had the characteristic of a one-way barrier. It was especially serious for external obstacles, but it didn't have much effect on internal obstacles. And the bit wall of the original realm was almost like an iron wall, both inside and outside. This made it difficult for the creatures in the original realm to leave. Even Ji Yu Nan couldn't bring Fu Cheng out in one piece. Therefore, he chose to take away Fu Cheng's spiritual soul. This didn't take too much effort. Back then, Huang Quan Daoist could even take away Lu Wen's spiritual soul. Now, it was naturally easier for Ji Yu Nan. However, the moment Ji Yu Nan left the original realm with Fu Cheng, he suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon. Fu Cheng disappeared. Fu Cheng's disappearance wasn't abrupt. It could even be said that Ji Yu Nan watched Fu Cheng disappear. The whole process appeared clearly in his eyes. The moment they left the original realm, Fu Cheng's spiritual soul seemed to be shrouded by some kind of power, gradually breaking away from Ji Yu Nan's control. This feeling was like the bit wall was naturally extending, covering Fu Cheng's body. So much so that Ji Yu Nan couldn't control her. He could only let her be dragged further and further away until she completely disappeared. But even so, Ji Yu Nan had a hunch that Fu Cheng was still alive. Ji Yu Nan frowned slightly. His consciousness returned to his body. He looked at Huang Quan Daoist and said, Did you see the spiritual soul just now? When Huang Quan Daoist heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. He said, I saw you bring out a spiritual soul, but when you left the original realm, you were the only one left. Ji Yu Nan frowned and thought for a while. As if he understood something, he returned to Cerulean Planet. This time, he randomly grabbed a spiritual soul on the side of the road and directly brought it out of the original realm. This time, the spiritual soul didn't disappear. After Ji Yu Nan left, Huang Quan Daoist said immediately, I saw it. The spiritual soul is still in your hands. Ji Yunan nodded and then shook his head. He looked at the passerby's spiritual soul that was wrapped in his laws, only to see that the spiritual soul had fallen apart. Ji Yunan's treatment of the two spiritual souls was basically the same, so the real difference was actually the two spiritual souls themselves. What was so special about the disappeared Fu Cheng? Chapter 537. Reading. Other than Lu Wen, who was taken away by someone else, everyone who left the original realm had learned some history through various means. However, this history was incomplete, because the history that Ji Yunan knew only included the world of gods, not the world of heavens, and there was no god of dusk from the world of heavens. On the other hand, this history seemed to be self-correcting, because Daoist Netherworld clearly saw the 9 spirits in history, not the normal development of history. Did this happen when Lu Wen came out? Ji Yunan thought for a long time, then turned to look at Daoist Netherworld. No. Daoist Netherworld shook his head. Lu Wen's spiritual soul has always been in my hands, and I later placed it in the world of heavens, but then he began to break away from my control. At this point, he revealed a sarcastic smile. He actually reached path integration earlier than me. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find my location, I'm afraid he would have come looking for me long ago. After learning that the original realm was just a small world, Lu Wen resolutely chose not to become a saint. He destroyed his body and was taken out by Daoist Netherworld, pretending that he had died under the tribulation of the way. Such a determined and courageous person, of course, would not always be controlled by Daoist Netherworld. As long as he found an opportunity, he would establish his own faction. However, who Lu Wen was not actually any of Ji Yunan's business. He only wanted to verify some of his speculations through more experiments. So Ji Yunan returned to the blue planet again, this time looking for a person called Li Han. Li Han was the first player to advance to the 3rd class since the launch of the game Radiant Origins, which had happened several years ago. Therefore, when Ji Yunan found him, Li Han had already become a chubby middle-aged man. Li Han's passion for games was still the same, but Radiant Origins was just an excellent game that was popular for a while, and he rarely touched it in recent years. When Ji Yunan found Li Han, he had no intention of showing himself. He directly extracted his spiritual soul from mid-air. Li Han's spiritual soul was also taken out of the original realm, but it showed another state. Fu Cheng was taken away by the bit wall and was directly out of Ji Yunan's control. The passers-by were not affected at all, but they were torn apart when they came into contact with the outside world. Li Han's divine soul also broke away from Ji Yunan's control, and then when it touched the bit wall, it shattered. The result of the soul shattering was, of course, completely dissipating in the void. Is there a difference in the strength of the divine soul? Daoist Netherworld also noticed the 3rd type of divine soul and immediately asked. If it wasn't a cognitive difference, then the biggest possibility was that the soul itself wasn't strong enough. Ji Yunan gently shook his head. Although he had come into contact with Fu Cheng and extended her lifespan with the power of the laws, it had not actually affected her soul. For the sake of caution, Ji Yunan simply found another 3rd transition player and similarly used the laws to extend his lifespan. The results proved that his speculation was correct. It had nothing to do with the strength of the divine soul. Fu Cheng's uniqueness still hadn't been found. However, the result of this 3rd transition player's soul test was the same as Li Han's. So now at least one thing could be confirmed: divine souls who had a good understanding of the outside world would indeed receive special treatment from the bit wall when they left the original realm. Ji Yunan couldn't help but speculate that when he left the original realm, was it because his divine soul was taken away by the bit wall, so it had drifted for hundreds of years? I have to find Fu Cheng. Ji Yunan quickly made this decision when there was no more progress in the experiment. He began to slowly search around the original realm. Although this was a rather large star-like bit wall, with Ji Yunan's current level of cultivation, it didn't take long to scan around. Ji Yunan didn't find any trace of Fu Cheng's divine soul, but he found some vague traces, which he was sure were brought about by the flow of the divine soul. Fu Cheng's divine soul did indeed wander through the bit wall, but now it was impossible to find a definite location. Had she already left the bit wall and gone to the 2 major worlds? Ji Yunan frowned slightly. The mechanism of Fu Cheng's disappearance was somewhat beyond his expectations. If he had known this would happen, he would have united the two realms first before considering the problem of the original realm. What Fu Cheng had obtained was the history of the Pantheon world, so it was very likely that she would go to the Pantheon world. Without an organization that traversed both worlds, it would be very difficult to find Fu Cheng in the various major planes. But even if she wants to rise, she still needs some time. She has to hurry. Ji Yunan's gaze began to fall upon the Pantheon world. The few remaining lords did not know why, but he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The Pantheon world. Just as the Tao integration cultivators had predicted, the core gods definitely wouldn't give up just like that. Instead, they were going to make use of this final period of time to completely conquer the world. We don't have much time. Lady of Darkness Daisy said solemnly, once those Tao-fusing individuals rebuild their divine nations, it will be our turn to suffer. Baya gritted his teeth and said, the biggest problem now is that evil god. If we can think of a way to deal with him, we will still have the advantage. Even though a portion of Baya's divinity had been destroyed by Ji Yunan's scheme when he was surrounded by the three of them, he was not afraid of this. Ji Yunan was able to hit him because he was trying to block Ji Yunan's path. If he had been bent on leaving, Ji Yunan might not have been able to catch him. Austin slowly said, I've looked through all the documents, but there are no records of the evil god. There isn't even a bit of relevant information. That's normal, Daisy said. The rumors about the evil god are all vague indications in some prophecies. There have never been any clear records. In the legends of the Pantheon world, the evil god was more like a symbolic reference. It was the embodiment of evil and represented all the evil in the world. It was precisely because this description was too abstract that before Ji Yunan appeared, very few people would take the existence of the evil god seriously. However, to the current core gods, not being able to find any information about Ji Yunan meant that they could not find his weakness, let alone find a way to deal with him. Boswell, who was at the side, was silent for a long time before he finally said, the evil god might not be flawless. As far as we know, he is just an ordinary core god with an incomparably powerful divine body. The master of Pale Azure's words opened up a new line of thought for them. Even though he was a legendary existence, it might be easier to find a way to deal with him based on reality. However, at this moment, an undisguised aura barged into the Pantheon world, causing the expressions of the core gods to change. He actually dares to come alone. Baya, who had suffered at the hands of Ji Yunan twice, was the first to speak. Austin, however, frowned and said, be careful of traps. Chapter 538. Read. The Lady of Darkness was a rank 14 Lord God. In the world of gods, Austin was the only rank 15 powerhouse, and was known as the King of Gods. The Lady of Darkness, Daisy, was the only one who could fight him. With darkness in her body, she had no fear. Ji Yunan stood at the border of the world of gods and did not move forward, because the darkness in front of him was already filled with darkness. Endless darkness spread from all directions, as if it wanted to drag Ji Yunan into an eternal abyss. It was the deepest black, and any matter or law that came into contact with the darkness would be directly engulfed, leaving no trace behind. Ji Yunan stood where he was, and the shadow under his feet began to spread, intertwining with the approaching shadow. But if one looked closely, they would find that the two laws were actually devouring each other. On the surface, they were inseparable, but on the inside, they were clearly separated. They both had devouring characteristics, but the power of the law of darkness was even purer than that of Ji Yunan's shadow. For a Lord God-level law, its nature was often more important than its level. Ji Yunan and Daisy were now at the same level, and there was not much of a difference in the level of their laws. Even their control over the laws was almost the same. The outcome of the battle was decided in an extremely short amount of time. It was a draw. For two people at this level, an instant of contact was enough for them to determine the outcome. Daisy was a little surprised by this result, because it meant that Ji Yunan's law power might have already surpassed Yu Lian's level. But she was not in a hurry, because she was not fighting alone. If she was in a disadvantageous position, the other three would act immediately. Ji Yunan used shadow to fight the darkness, and after confirming his control over the laws, he did not have any intention of tangling with Daisy. This time, he came to flatten the world with his own power. What was a flatten? No matter who stood in front of him, he would crush them all. That was a flatten. Gu Nan took a step forward, and under the incomprehensibly powerful suppression of his body, the darkness that was entangled with the shadow was instantly shattered. Step by step, Gu Nan walked out of the darkness. Even the laws controlled by Daisy could not stop him. Gu Nan waved his hand and shattered the darkness, then slowly walked into a spatial tunnel. On the other side was a divine kingdom. This was Baya's kingdom of death. The death god's divine kingdom was a very special place. It was a place where the souls of the living would gather after they died. In many main planes, people didn't know about the holy kingdom of the god of death. Instead, they called it the realm of dead souls, which was similar to Stanley's realm of devils. As soon as Gu Nan set foot in this place, he unleashed his law of shadows and wiped out a large number of spirits. There was no way they could survive. The Grim Reaper Baya was the first to appear, coldly sizing up Gu Nan. The Grim Reaper's scythe cleaved downwards, but Gu Nan didn't even bother dodging. This wasn't the first time Baya had fought with Gu Nan, so he was very familiar with Gu Nan's combat methods. Thus, he wasn't surprised at all. He continued to cleave downwards with his scythe, rapidly accumulating the deathly aura in Gu Nan's body before exploding. In the previous battle between the two, Gu Nan had used the eruption of deathly aura to kill Boswell once, while he himself remained unharmed. Thus, Baya was very clear that at least that level of deathly aura was meaningless to Gu Nan. But this time, the deathly aura was 3 times that of the previous explosion. However, this explosion of deathly aura didn't bring about the result Baya wanted, because Gu Nan's body was already far stronger than before. The explosion of deathly aura produced a muffled sound, but it didn't even manage to completely blast Gu Nan to pieces. It only blasted a hole in his abdomen, which healed in the blink of an eye. A cold smile appeared on Gu Nan's face. His nomological laws were still wreaking havoc, and he had already punched Baya's face. However, Baya was already prepared, and this was his home ground. In an instant, life and death were exchanged, and Gu Nan's punch was merely a corpse. Austin and Daisy had already arrived, and they attacked without any hesitation. Austin attacked Gu Nan, while Daisy prevented the shadow nomological laws from spreading. Gu Nan didn't show any intention of running away. He simply punched Austin, and the nomological laws didn't retreat at all. He was actually going to fight 3 peak main gods at the same time, in the heavens. Gu Nan's reappearance after disappearing for a period of time immediately attracted the attention of all the Tao integration practitioners. What attracted even more attention was his actions. Is he crazy? Even if he wants to deal with a main god, there's no need to face him head-on, right? Li Si couldn't understand Gu Nan's actions. This doesn't seem like his style. He must have some ulterior motive. Mu Chishuang of Blue Sky also chimed in. She had personally witnessed Gu Nan's plot to kill Lorenza. In her eyes, Gu Nan was undoubtedly a person who was especially adept at scheming. Elder Zi Luo merely smiled and said, "No matter what he's thinking, killing a main god is our top priority right now. I'll go." Ju Po stood up calmly and said, "Boswell didn't attack. Yu Lian, stay behind and provide support." Yu Lian, who was sitting at the head of the table, nodded lightly. Her face was somewhat pale, and it was clear that her previous injuries were quite severe, to the point where they were difficult to conceal. "I'll go too," another person stood up and said. It was Lu Wen. Within the Death God's divine kingdom, the battle between Gu Nan, Baya, and Austin had already entered a white-hot stage. One had to admit that the combined power of 2 peak main gods was quite impressive. Even the 14th level Gu Nan only had the upper hand and was unable to kill them. But that didn't matter. The strength of a god was in their divine kingdom, and their weakness was also in their divine kingdom. Gu Nan was very clear about this. Since the battlefield was within the Death God's divine kingdom, Austin actually couldn't use his full strength. For example, he couldn't use the method he had used to injure Yu Lian here. But Gu Nan didn't have such concerns. He could change the battlefield repeatedly, and just the shockwaves of the battle alone would cause great damage to the divine kingdom. To make matters worse, Ju Po had arrived. This lord of Ju Po was also an expert in exterminating clans. He didn't even look at Ji Yunan, and directly used laws to clean up the death god's divine kingdom. Instantly, the earth veins flipped, and the 9 underworlds wreaked havoc. Daisy couldn't deal with Ju Po alone, so she joined forces with Ji Yunan. Kill Ju Po. Austin realized that if this continued, the situation would only become more and more disadvantageous, so he immediately said. They couldn't deal any effective damage to Ji Yunan at all, and could only try to heavily injure Ju Po first. However, Baya shook his head and said, even without Ju Po, we still can't deal with the heretic god. Right now, there's only one way. Austin turned around, and saw the ruthlessness and determination in Baya's eyes. This death god never lacked boldness. Chapter 539. Read. Justice was a very special type of law, so special that apart from Austin, no one had ever grasped it. Even when Ji Yunan released the game Radiant Origins on the blue planet, he had only taken the law of light and had not given the players the justice part. The effects of this type of law were too strange and could accomplish many inconceivable things. If it was given to the players, the entire game would probably be ruined. And Austin could control this type of law because he had comprehended the law of justice. At the same time, he would be restricted by justice and be unable to do many things, but the players would not be restricted. But Austin had paid such a huge price, so the justice he had grasped was naturally worth it. He had used an inconceivable method to injure Yu Lian, and now he was using justice once again, but this time, it was to completely destroy Ji Yunan. The golden scales floated in the air. On one end was the white holy light that flickered with a holy radiance, and on the other end was the death god's scythe that was surrounded by the aura of death. The two of them suddenly stopped, causing the entire battle to pause. Daisy raised her head in astonishment and looked at the two's actions. She did not even think before rushing towards the divine kingdom, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ju Po seemed to understand something and wanted to immediately retreat from the divine kingdom, but he was entangled by the aura of death and could not escape. After all, this was Baya's home ground. When he completely disregarded the citizens of the divine kingdom and wholeheartedly wanted to stop them, it was still somewhat effective. Not only was Baya bold, but he was also very greedy. Not only did he want to keep Ji Yunan here, but he also wanted to get rid of Ju Po once and for all. Ju Po had already seen light and darkness interweave once, and the terrifying power that erupted from it. And this time, it was another set of opposing laws. Life and death. Not only could the holy light display the nature of light, but it could also display the nature of life. Austin and Baya both used their weapons as proof and placed them on the two ends of the scales. And the amount of power they actually used was enormous to an unimaginable degree. Baya directly placed his entire divine kingdom on the scales, and even took out the majority of his divine spark. It could be said that he was betting his life on this battle. The item that Austin took out wasn't weak at all. He had stripped out all of his laws related to life and placed them in this sacred sword, just like what Lu Wen had done in the past. After this battle, no matter what the result was, Baya would lose his combat strength for a very long time. As for Austin, he would lose all comprehension of life and would need to start all over again. The price that the two of them paid could not be said to be not heavy, but the benefits that they brought were naturally considerable. Let's go. Ju Po seemed to have sensed something. The power of the netherworld crazily collided with the deathly aura, trying to force an exit. At the same time, he shouted at Ji Yunan. However, Ji Yunan's expression remained calm as he gazed at the boundary between life and death. When life and death were on opposite ends of the scale at the same time, the Holy Sword and the Grim Reaper scythe suddenly floated up slowly, and then heavily slashed together. After the silent collision, an inexplicable shock wave erupted in the void. It was like the first explosion of the universe. All matter was thrown out crazily, and all laws could no longer exist. Ju Po didn't even have time to let out a grunt before his body was instantly annihilated. Ji Yunan didn't seem to be in a much better state. His body had been blown to pieces, and countless pieces of flesh and blood had been pulverized in midair by the shockwave. Austin had long since retreated. This collision of life and death had happened to be Baya's entire divine kingdom. Thus, there was no way that the divine kingdom would remain after the explosion. Ju Po had completely disappeared without a trace. He could be considered to have been extremely unlucky. He had only come to help out, but who would have thought that he would run into Austin and Baya's ultimate attack, causing him to suffer such a great loss. Even if he didn't die, his injuries wouldn't be any lighter than Yu Lian's. But whether it was Austin, Baya, or Daisy who had just arrived, all of them were focused on Ji Yunan. He's dead. Daisy glanced at the divine kingdom below her. There was no longer any aura of life. Instead, it was in a state of alternating between life and death. After the eruption of the deathly aura, the void around the Grim Reaper kingdom had been completely polluted. In the future, if any living being were to enter this place, they would immediately be transformed into a half-living, half-dead person. Austin shook his head, then nodded. I don't know yet. But even if he's not dead, he's already left behind a fatal flaw. He's not dead. Baya licked his chapped lips and grinned. The seal of life and death has already been planted. The rest is up to you guys. As if to verify Baya's words, the evaporated flesh and blood began to gradually reform in the void, once again taking on Ji Yunan's appearance. When Ji Yunan was at the 13th rank, the main god still had a chance. But now that he was at the 14th rank, the evil god couldn't be killed through normal means. At the very least, in the game, Ji Yunan had never seen an NPC main god kill a player who had reached the 14th rank. As long as they didn't court death, they would generally be able to clear the stage. Even if Ji Yunan set up a trap to kill an existence like the evil god, it would still be an extremely difficult task, not to mention that the main gods didn't understand his abilities at all. The seal of life and death. Ji Yunan lowered his head and glanced at himself. Indeed, there was a strange seal on his abdomen. He had never seen such a thing before. In the game, it was almost impossible for Austin to team up with Baya. Naturally, there wouldn't be a seal of life and death. Normally, the final stage that players had to face would be Austin and Daisy working together. It was only because of the abnormal development of the war between two worlds that such a strange scene would occur. After saying those words, Baya disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only Austin and Daisy. Ji Yunan wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. In any case, he still had a portion of Sylvia's blood, so Baya couldn't escape. Instead, he was more curious about the use of this seal. Austin quickly told him the answer. He used the holy sword in his hand. The holy sword accurately pierced the seal on Ji Yunan's abdomen. As a result, the seal was instantly activated. Ji Yunan felt a strange power emanate from within his body, affecting him from the inside out. Even the evil god's physique couldn't block this power. It rapidly spread throughout Ji Yunan's body, transforming his body into a strange state. That was the state of death. The effect of the seal of life and death was to activate when hit by a certain amount of power, turning the target from life to death. Ji Yunan's body died in an instant, but he recovered in an extremely short period of time. Clearly, the power of the seal couldn't be maintained for long. But for Austin, this instant was enough. Just as Ji Yunan regained his mobility, the holy sword pierced the seal once more. As a result, Ji Yunan was once again transformed into a dead state. Chapter 540. Read. The existence of the life and death mark made Ji Yunan unable to move at all. He could only watch as he was killed again and then revived. However, Ji Yunan was not in a hurry. As the revival time dragged on, Austin could not make accurate predictions every time. He would make a mistake sooner or later. As long as there was a small gap, Ji Yunan would be able to escape. Just as Ji Yunan had thought, this was Austin's first time seeing the life and death mark. How could he make accurate predictions every time? On the 26th revival, the holy sword stabbed out a little earlier, which triggered the mark and revived Ji Yunan earlier. Ji Yunan suddenly opened his eyes and punched at Austin's face. Austin did not even dodge and allowed Ji Yunan's punch to hit him. He wanted to stab the mark again. Ji Yunan became a dead man again, but he was not in a hurry. Even if he died, the evil god's body would not be damaged. Austin still could not do anything to him. In order to stab the sword, Austin took Ji Yunan's punch head-on. His divine body was already shattered. Even though he quickly reformed his body, the godhood he lost was real. When Gunan, who had died once again, woke up, he was still greeted by Austin's holy sword. However, there was an additional daisy behind him and a scale above his head. The next time, the laws of light and darkness intertwined in the scale, but it was different from the one that injured Yu Lian. Last time, in order to prevent Yu Lian from escaping, he had been in a hurry, so he could only try his best to explode. However, it was very difficult to kill Ji Yunan. Austin knew this very well, so he had to stall Ji Yunan even if he had to lose some godhood. He was stalling for time to complete the seal. That's right, the laws of light and darkness were intertwining in the golden scale. For the first time, the two top main gods put aside their differences and worked together to completely seal the evil god. If not for the life and death mark, they would not have had the chance to set up the seal. On the other hand, without the darkness chief god's seal, the mark would be meaningless. Just as Ji Yunan opened his eyes again, the black and white lights in the golden scales fused completely, forming a spell formation that was filled with mysterious patterns and pressed down on Ji Yunan. Ji Yunan, who had just been resurrected from the dead, was imprisoned by this sealing formation. Austin was finally isolated and unable to stab the mark of life and death. After completing this step, Austin and Daisy heaved a long sigh of relief. In front of them, Ji Yunan was standing calmly, and there was a ring of strange light flickering around him, like a cage, trapping him within. Without any hesitation, Austin waved his hand and sent the cage flying into the endless void. If everything went smoothly, perhaps after a few years, there would be new myths and legends circulating in the world of gods. The evil god descended from beyond the heavens and engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the other gods. 8 of the main gods perished in this battle. In the end, the light and darkness god systems put aside their prejudices and joined hands to seal the greatest evil demon, but the problem was that things did not go smoothly. The light and darkness cage from the golden scales was not as sturdy as imagined. Ji Yunan punched the cage of light, causing the entire cage to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, there was a powerful rebounding force. It's useless. Light and darkness are the foundation of all the laws in the world. This cage can also reflect all the laws in the world. Austin's figure slowly walked out of the void, his gaze landing on Ji Yunan. Even though he said it was useless, he did not seem to relax at all. If Daisy and the others could deal with the world of gods, he did not mind staying in the void and watching Ji Yunan's every move. Boom! Another punch landed on the cage of flowing light. There was no medium for sound to flow in the void, but the sound of the collision seemed real. This was when the laws collided. The overly powerful laws began to distort the laws of nature, directly affecting the spiritual senses of living beings. Austin stared coldly at Ji Yunan, his eyes capturing the information in front of him until Ji Yunan's next punch landed. This punch seemed to be very special. There were strange patterns on the fist, and the moment it hit the cage, these patterns began to revolve around the light and darkness formation. This was Ji Yunan's law of shadows. It only slightly affected the fusion of light and darkness for a moment. Ji Yunan's punch landed and blasted the light and darkness cage open. The fusion rate is too low. Ji Yunan shook his head and commented, if it was after the 5th Divine War, your cooperation would be much better. In the 4th Divine War, Austin and Daisy actually did not fight much. Both of them were more of a deterrent force, and they did not understand each other well enough. Austin looked at him silently, not really understanding the meaning of this sentence. So far in the world of gods, there had only been 4 divine wars. But this did not affect Austin's attack. He thrust his holy sword at the seal of life and death without hesitation. Unfortunately, he did not manage to stab it this time. Ji Yunan's figure shattered like a shadow, and then he appeared behind Austin, his fist already smashing down. Austin turned around and struck again without thinking. He did not care about himself at all, only wanting to send Ji Yunan into a state of death. A smear of darkness appeared in the void. It was Daisy hiding in the depths of the void. She attacked together with Austin, and her target was the seal of life and death on Ji Yunan's body. It could be said that Bayer had staked his entire divine kingdom on this attack. He had finally created a flaw in Ji Yunan's perfect power system, making him unable to act recklessly. But Ji Yunan seemed to have predicted their actions. He suddenly retracted his fist and once again turned into a shadow and disappeared. "He's trying to lure you out." Austin saw this and immediately said to Daisy, "Baya is in danger." They knew that Ji Yunan had the ability to track down gods. Now that he had disappeared without a trace, it was most likely that he was looking for someone else to attack. The two instantly fled into the void and hurried to the plain where Baya was. However, everything seemed calm and peaceful. Ji Yunan did not appear here. Baya, on the other hand, looked at the two strangely. "Have you dealt with him?" "Not yet." Daisy shook her head and looked at Austin. "Could it be that he wants to erase the seal first?" "Impossible." Before Austin could speak, Baya said decisively, "The seal of life and death is rooted in the soul. Unless he can change to another soul, it will definitely exist." Before the three finished speaking, their expressions changed at the same time. This was because they sensed that yet another divine kingdom had received grievous news. It was obvious that they had suffered a sudden attack from Ji Yunan. Ji Yunan had indeed changed his target. However, his target was not Baya, but another main god. Chapter 541. Read. Kangqing Divine Kingdom. Ji Yunan's arrival was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Boswell himself was paying attention to Baya, but he did not expect Ji Yunan to come to his own divine kingdom. This was not a matter of thinking loopholes, but a normal person would not choose to do so. Even a peak main god would not be able to deal with the Kangqing divine kingdom in a short period of time. The spread of the laws needed time, and the cleansing of the citizens needed even more time. After the initial shock, Boswell quickly calmed down and began to deal with Ji Yunan's attack. He did not reveal himself and only used the laws to resist Ji Yunan's invasion. This master of Kangqing was obviously very experienced. Even with Ji Yunan's proficiency, his progress was not fast. Austin and Daisy arrived soon after and quickly attacked Ji Yunan. Their target was, of course, the life and death mark. The body was intrinsically affected by the divine soul. The life and death mark directly landed on Ji Yunan's divine soul, which meant that as long as he condensed a body, the mark would definitely appear. And in the master of Kangqing's territory, with Austin and Daisy present, Ji Yunan could not only use the laws. If he did so, he would definitely be suppressed in all aspects. He had to condense the body of the heretic god, but the body was also planted with the life and death mark. The target that could be attacked would either be protected or difficult to take down in a short period of time. This seemed to be a dead end. But Ji Yunan never felt that it was a dead end. At the same time that Austin and Daisy arrived, Ji Yunan's figure flickered and appeared directly above Austin's head, his fist descending without hesitation. Austin's reaction was no different from before. He completely ignored his own body and raised his hand to stab at the life and death mark. But this time, Ji Yunan did not choose to dodge. His fist smashed into Austin, and the terrifying power from the heretic god's body instantly destroyed Austin's divine body. And the moment the sacred sword stabbed into his divine body, more than half of his body suddenly turned into a shadow, including the abdomen where the life and death mark was planted. The life and death mark was a very magical thing. It directly affected the divine soul and did not disappear just by transforming the body into the laws. If the entire body turned into a shadow, then the mark would not move at all, and the sacred sword would still stab into it. But Ji Yunan's way of handling it was very strange. He had turned the body below his abdomen into a shadow, but left the upper half of his body intact. This caused his soul to naturally shrink and concentrate on the upper half of his body. As the soul moved, the life and death imprint naturally moved along with it. Thus, the holy sword strangely missed its target. After all, Ji Yunan was a veteran player who had fought countless main gods. Even though it was his first time encountering the mark of life and death, he immediately noticed its pros and cons. The life and death mark was undoubtedly very powerful. Although it had a time limit, it could directly affect Ji Yunan, which was already terrifying enough. However, the weakness of this kind of imprint was that the intensity of the activation was limited by the target. In other words, the more powerful the target was, the greater the power needed to activate the mark in order to injure the target's divine soul. With Ji Yunan's current realm, there were only a few people in the world who could trigger the mark of life and death. It would be useless even if others were to hit the mark. This characteristic could also be used by Ji Yunan on Austin. Although Austin had enough power to activate the mark, he also had to concentrate his power. It was impossible for him to carry out a large-scale attack, which gave Ji Yunan a chance to dodge. It was because of this series of psychological games that Ji Yunan successfully deceived Austin once. Not only did he not get the mark concentrated on him, but he also successfully shattered his body. Although Austin reformed his divine body in an extremely short time, damage to his godhead was still damage. Even Austin could not reconstruct his divine body indefinitely. If he lost too much of his godhead, there was even a possibility that his realm would drop. The three of them faced each other again. Previously, Ji Yunan's move of transferring the mark had also fooled Daisy, causing her to return empty-handed. The people of Kangqing Divine Kingdom were still being killed by Ji Yunan quickly. Looking at Austin and Daisy, Ji Yunan suddenly revealed a smile. Then, under the surprised gazes of the two, Ji Yunan suddenly turned around and ran. He did not leave Kangqing Divine Kingdom. Instead, he ran with his legs. His speed was unbelievably fast. Austin's figure tore through the void, bringing with him an endless amount of holy light as he descended in front of Ji Yunan. However, before he could even attack, Ji Yunan had already abruptly changed directions, and in the blink of an eye, not even his shadow could be seen. The second weakness of the mark of life and death was, how could one hit the mark when one could not even catch an enemy? The body of the evil god represented a comprehensive strengthening of the body. There were too many tactics that Ji Yunan could use, each of which was different from a normal battle of the main gods. Austin and the others could not adapt to it. Austin stopped and said to Daisy, "Let's guard Kangqing Divine Kingdom and let Boswell come." Actually, he did not need to say much. Daisy also knew what to do. They were all top figures, so naturally, they could make the most correct decision. Originally, when Ji Yunan was running, the shadow rule that was constantly eroding Kangqing Divine Kingdom seemed to have suddenly encountered resistance, and its progress suddenly slowed down. This was because the rule of light and darkness had already interfered, greatly restraining the shadow's advance. This also allowed Boswell to free up his hands. Therefore, as Ji Yunan was moving forward, a green light suddenly soared in front of him and went straight for the mark on his abdomen. This attack was extremely accurate. It was so accurate that it seemed to have predicted all of Ji Yunan's movements. The moment before the green light reached his body, Ji Yunan twisted his body to an angle and faced the green light with his waist. The green light instantly penetrated his waist. Obviously, this was an attack that Boswell had accumulated a large number of rules. Its strength was definitely not low, and it was completely enough to trigger the mark. Being in his own divine kingdom, Boswell could easily predict Ji Yunan's movements. He could also accurately attack the mark of life and death, which was the best choice to deal with Ji Yunan. Similarly, if Ji Yunan dared to enter the Holy Light Kingdom, then Austin would definitely be able to easily hit the mark. However, in order to achieve this, Boswell was also forced to condense a divine body. Only with a sufficiently powerful gathering of rules could an attack of sufficient strength be launched. However, Ji Yunan was not afraid. He began to dodge left and right, and even had the time to disturb Austin and Daisy to speed up the progress of the shadow erosion. In the end, he even ran near Boswell's condensed divine body and gave him a punch from time to time, causing chaos again. Throughout the whole process, Boswell was stunned that he could not hit Ji Yunan even once. Ji Yunan could shrink his body, enlarge it, and turn it into a rule. There were many ways to change the position of the mark, but the Dark Green Lord only knew how to use the dark green light. His realm was not enough, and he had suffered some injuries, so he could only rely on this method to condense a large number of rules. Chapter 542. Reading. In a war in a divine kingdom below the level of a lord, the large-scale killing mainly relied on mortal troops, but it was different for a lord. For a powerhouse at this level, they themselves were powerful enough to cover half the world with the laws and did not need the help of mortals. No matter how well coordinated the mortals were, how could they compare to the laws of a lord? This was what Ji Yunan was doing now. He used the laws to constantly erode the Kangqing divine kingdom. Even with Austin and Daisy working together to defend, the number of gods was still decreasing. Some died in the hands of Ji Yunan, some fled because their faith was not strong enough. This phenomenon was very normal and had nothing to do with realm or power. After all, there were too many places to defend, and no one could be foolproof. Moreover, the invasion of a divine kingdom was not a war. The lost land could be recovered, and as long as the gods died, they could not be resurrected. As the gods died one after another, the power of the Kangqing divine kingdom was constantly weakening, and even Boswell's power was weakening. Although he was still condensing laws and trying to hit Ji Yunan's life and death mark, it was futile for a long time, causing Boswell to feel a little confused. He began to understand why Bayer had resolutely gambled the entire divine kingdom just to create an opening for Ji Yunan. Such an enemy was too difficult to deal with. Even if he already had the biggest weakness, the other party still used various means to hide the weakness well, relying on his own strengths to deal with it. It was hard to imagine how despairing a complete evil god would be. As the oldest main god in the world, Kangqing was slightly distracted by the outside world. Therefore, at this moment, Ji Yunan suddenly punched Boswell. The god's body exploded. Austin could not help but sigh. He knew that the Kangqing divine kingdom could not be defended anymore. Many years ago, Boswell had devoted himself to research and did not pay enough attention to the battle. Although his many years of combat instincts were still there, when faced with such a high-intensity battle, he could not keep up with the rhythm at all. The whole scene was being played by Ji Yunan. Just as Austin had expected, losing his divine body once again caused great damage to Boswell. It almost caused him to lose control of his god nation. Soon, Kangqing god nation fell. Once again, their attempt failed. No one had expected that Ji Yunan would be able to take down Kangqing divine nation even though he was marked with the life and death mark. But that was it, because Ji Yunan did not have the opportunity to conquer the remaining two divine kingdoms. Whether it was Daisy or Austin himself, they had absolute power in the divine kingdom and could easily hit the mark of life and death. Oh, and there was also Eugene, the Lord of War. He still had a complete divine kingdom, but no one had the time to care about him. As for Bayer and Boswell, they had already gone to the light and darkness divine kingdoms respectively. Since the Kangqing divine kingdom had fallen, Austin and Daisy could stay in their respective divine kingdoms. There was no safer place than the two divine kingdoms. After conquering the Kangqing divine kingdom, Ji Yunan retreated from the Pantheon world. As a veteran player who had completed his third job transition, Ji Yunan knew very well that the closer he got to the godslaying stage, the stronger the defense would be. Of course, to a level 14 player, this difficulty was nothing. It was the life and death mark that caused some trouble for Ji Yunan. After forcefully wiping out the Kangqing divine kingdom, he was not in a hurry to continue his invasion. He was not in a hurry to find Fu Cheng. Now he needed a surefire plan to get rid of the weakness of the life and death mark. If he could not get rid of it completely, then treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem was also feasible. In the Pantheon world, there was a way to treat the symptoms. I want Fa Kong's life. Ji Yunan did not hesitate and immediately stated his goal. Ju Po's face was expressionless. Even though a portion of his maxim had been left in the Pantheon world, it was not to the extent that he had completely lost his combat power. Lu Wen looked at Ji Yunan with amusement and asked, why? He had followed Ju Po there before, but in the end, he did not show himself. His absolute strength was insufficient. His original intention was to hide in the dark and attack, but he did not expect that he would not have the chance to do so. Ji Yunan said calmly, I need a tool that can nullify maxim attacks from the front. Fa Kong's Saria should be able to do this. If it was a normal cultivator, they would definitely not use such strange descriptions as tool and nullify attacks. However, when it came to Ji Yunan, the two of them did not find it strange at all. Ji Yunan was not a normal person to begin with. I thought that Fa Kong had offended you all those years ago, and you finally remembered to take revenge. Lu Wen shook his head and said. Back then, Monk Fa Kong had regarded Ji Yunan as an evil demon. He had joined forces with Immortal Dream, Hua Kuei, and Song Fei, gathering the power of 4 unification path cultivators in an attempt to seal Ji Yunan. In the end, at the cost of losing a large amount of Immortal Dreams Maxim, as well as the destruction of Monk Fa Kong's personal treasure, they had finally managed to seal most of Ji Yunan's Maxim. However, in the end, a short 5 years later, Ji Yunan had brought along his recovered body and killed his way to 3 Buddha Heaven to retrieve his Maxim. Fa Kong's Saria can indeed be used to create defensive artifacts. Ju Po said, "But do you know how to forge artifacts?" "I don't." Ji Yunan said matter-of-factly. "All of you mighty beings have lived for tens of thousands of years. There must be one who knows how to forge artifacts, right?" Lu Wen smiled and said, "There is indeed a master of artifact forging among the unification path cultivators, but he might not be willing to help you." "Who?" "Song Fei." Ji Yunan thought for a moment and said, "He will help." 3 Buddha Heaven. More accurately, it should be the ruins of 3 Buddha Heaven, because this place was already a wasteland. After the battle came to an end, only a small number of Buddhist disciples had once again gathered here. Ji Yunan, who had returned from the world of gods, had single-handedly destroyed a great god nation. His battle achievements had once again spread throughout the heavens. Everyone had personally witnessed his rise from his debut, to his attainment of unification path, and finally his path to the pinnacle of the world. With Ji Yunan's current strength and status, even among the unification path cultivators, he was a top-notch existence. This could be seen from the fact that his astral realm was still unscathed. Fa Kong had a deep understanding of this. Therefore, when Ji Yunan appeared in front of him, he did not wait for Ji Yunan to speak and had already admitted defeat and apologized. "Amitabha. I was reckless back then," Fa Kong said with his palms pressed together. "Alms giver. There's no need to apologize. I'm here to get something from you today." Ji Yunan's figure slowly walked out of the void and arrived in front of Fa Kong. Fa Kong began to have a bad premonition, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, "Alms giver, you are now fighting a strong enemy for the heavens. If you want to borrow something from me, I can." Chapter 543. Read. At this point, Monk Fa Kong actually didn't have much strength to fight back in front of Ji Yunan. When Ji Yunan had been at the 12th level, Fa Kong had been able to block a few punches with his secret technique. Now, he could not even block a single punch. Even Austin had been killed instantly when he was hit by the punch. How could Fa Kong be an exception? After losing the astral realm, Dao integration practitioners would be isolated from the laws again. They would no longer be able to obtain the direct protection of the laws and would only be left with their original bodies in the world. When their original bodies were destroyed, Dao integration practitioners would be completely erased from the world. After Fa Kong's head exploded, Ji Yunan walked over unhurriedly and took out the Buddhist relic from the pool of blood. As a Dao integration Buddhist cultivator, Fa Kong's Buddhist relic was very strange. It looked simple and old, but it was spotless. It was clearly taken out of blood, but it was not tainted by any filth, as if nothing in the world could fall on it. When Fa Kong fell, several figures quickly landed there. They were led by Yu Lian and Ju Po. When a battle between Dao integration experts occurred, even a momentary fluctuation was enough to be detected by all Dao integration practitioners. At this critical juncture where every bush and tree was an enemy, the slightest movement would attract the attention of others. Yu Lian looked at Ji Yunan silently, not knowing what to say. Another Dao integration practitioner had died at the hands of Ji Yunan. They could have become an important force against the world of gods and were also the core of the heavenly worlds. However, Yu Lian couldn't bring herself to criticize Ji Yunan. Because at this moment, Ji Yunan wasn't someone they could go against since a long time ago. Just like back then, when Ju Po had beaten Elder Zi Luo to the bottom of his realm, no one could say anything. Ji Yunan looked at the people who had come and found that Song Fei was also among them. This saved him the trouble of looking for Song Fei. "Old Song," Ji Yunan shouted in that direction. This strange form of address sent a chill down Song Fei's spine. He did not know what Ji Yunan wanted to do. Then, he saw the latter slowly walking over. Yu Lian hurriedly stood in front of Ji Yunan and said, "Song Fei did offend you in the past, but, I asked him for help. I don't want to hit people. Gu Nan interrupted her. He tossed the relic in his hand and said, "This relic, help me refine a defensive tool." After saying that, Gu Nan began to describe the characteristics of the required props, including size, protection, durability, overall strength, and so on. Do you understand? Gu Nan looked at Song Fei and asked after stating his requirements. Only then did Song Fei confirm that he had no intention to kill. He was slightly relieved and said with a strange expression, "Refining is just a small matter. However, this relic was taken from fellow Daoist Fa Kong, isn't it a bit? If you don't agree, I'll beat you to death." Gu Nan twisted his neck, making a crisp sound. Song Fei swallowed all the words he wanted to say. In the end, Song Fei naturally agreed to help. Moreover, with his realm and standard, he was completely capable of fulfilling all of Gu Nan's requests. However, it wasn't easy to refine a Dao integration stage magic tool, especially one that could withstand the attacks of a powerful being like Austin. Song Fei gave him at least 3 months, and at most half a year. This was because he had Fa Kong's relic as the main material, which greatly simplified the refining process. If it weren't for the fact that the level of the material was so high that it didn't require much tempering, the normal refining time of a Dao integration stage master would be more than hundreds of years. In just 3 months, it might not be called refining at all, but just polishing the material and making it into a rough product. It was like forging an iron plate with a hammer and then saying that it was plate armor. After doing these things, Gu Nan didn't stay any longer and went to another place. He originally wanted to go back to the God Nation, but an unexpected message from Daoist Netherworld forced him to change his schedule and go to the Crack World first. Daoist Netherworld rarely sent messages to the outside world. On the one hand, he didn't want to expose his location, and on the other hand, he didn't have anyone to communicate with. However, this time, Daoist Netherworld didn't hide anything and directly sent the message to Gu Nan's God Nation. If it weren't for the urgency of the matter, he definitely wouldn't have done this. Gu Nan quickly arrived at the original realm, and sure enough, he saw Daoist Netherworld nearby. His face was a little serious and a little fanatical. "I found it." Daoist Netherworld's first words surprised Gu Nan. "I found another person who left the original realm." Ju Po said that he wanted to find the way home, but compared to Daoist Netherworld, who had been guarding the original realm for 10,000 years, his persistence was obviously nothing. After 10,000 years of persistence, Daoist Netherworld's persistence finally paid off. After Ju Po, Lu Wen, Daoist Netherworld himself, and Gu Nan, he found another one of his kind from the original realm. "Where?" Gu Nan raised his eyebrows and asked immediately. "The world of gods." Hearing these words, Gu Nan finally understood why Daoist Netherworld was so anxious to reveal this news to him. With the current state of affairs in the Pantheon world, the only one who could come and go as he pleased was himself. Gu Nan quickly got the information about his kind from Daoist Netherworld. Of course, this fellow countryman was not Fu Cheng. Even if Fu Cheng did not delay time and immediately recovered after leaving the original realm, it was impossible for him to rise in such a short time. Daoist Netherworld had established his own organizations and forces in both realms, and there was more than one. They constantly collected all kinds of information for him. Among these organizations, even the management did not know who the leader of the organization was and what purpose the organization was established with. However, to be able to be found by Daoist Netherworld among all living beings, his strength would not be too weak. He found a god who had not been promoted for long, but his resume was quite dazzling. A mortal born in a remote small plane, who called himself Morag, quickly grew into a true god who ignited the divine fire in less than 2 years. His every move seemed to be standing at the forefront of history, and he had the ability to predict the future. He smoothly eliminated his opponents and finally succeeded in walking on the altar. What allowed him to do such a thing? Gu Nan carefully flipped through all the information, refusing to let go of any detail. Although they were of the same kind, he knew that people of the same kind were not the same. Except for himself, everyone only knew about history, or the future direction of the world, without any additional abilities. Gu Nan himself was the opposite. He brought an evil god temple over, but he did not go to the history he knew. Instead, he came to a completely unfamiliar world. Chapter 544. Reading. Ju Po used his understanding of history to take the land and use it as the astral realm in advance. He almost became the #1 person in all the worlds, and he sat there for tens of thousands of years. Until Ji Nan appeared. With the powerful evil god's temple, he caught up to Ju Po in just 100 years. If not for the existence of the life and death mark, he could now level the two worlds, and no one would be able to stop him. But in comparison, the process of Ji Nan's rise was clearly more dangerous. Without the ability to predict the future, it meant that nothing could be foreseen. It was not that Ji Nan had never encountered a life or death crisis, but he had tried his best to avoid it. Those with the ability to predict history would not be like this. As long as they did not court death like Zero, those who were slightly more cautious would not encounter too big of a crisis and could completely avoid it in advance. Even Ji Nan suspected that there were actually transmigrators like him, but most of them died on the path of their rise. Therefore, it was very important to confirm what kind of situation Morag was in. Ji Nan was not in a hurry to act. He did not want to alert the enemy for the time being. Instead, he flipped through Morag's resume bit by bit, including every step of his actions. This process was not complicated. After all, Morag had only risen to power for a little more than 2 years. There were only a few big moves that needed attention. From Morag's resume, he should be similar to Ju Po and Yellow Spring Daoist. He was a transmigrator with the ability to predict the future, but he did not have much direct help from the original realm. Every step of Morag's advancement could be seen for a reason. Although his actions were very directional, in the end, one would find that his goal was resources that could increase his power. On the other hand, there was something about Morag that did not fit with the era. He knew many abilities, moves, and techniques that did not belong to the current era. He also spoke some words that others could not understand. Perhaps even Morag himself did not notice these things, but the intelligence organization under Yellow Spring Daoist faithfully recorded all of them and reported them to the two of them. Indeed, it is very likely that he is the same kind. Ji Nan let out a long sigh. If he was not a transmigrator that he had never seen before, then he was undoubtedly from the original realm. It's not a possibility. It's a certainty. Daoist Netherworld revealed a strange smile when he heard this. He pointed to the original realm below and said, "I found where his previous life was, the Pantheon world." Morag looked at the brand new god kingdom and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He finally felt a little more relaxed. The aesthetics of these natives who lived on the eve of the great catastrophe were too strange. If they were allowed to build their own buildings, Morag would not be able to live there. It had been 2 years since he transmigrated to this world. He had grown from a mortal to a god. This speed was unbelievably fast, but Morag was still not satisfied. If he was in the game in his previous life, his progress would definitely be faster. That's right, Morag came from the original realm. He had once played an online game called King of Pantheon, and the background of the game was exactly the same as this world. The time when Morag transmigrated was the same as when the players entered the game. The background of the game was that the seemingly peaceful Pantheon world was about to encounter the greatest catastrophe in its history. The terrifying evil god descended and slaughtered all the main gods. Even though the 2 main gods of light and darkness sealed the evil god at the cost of their lives, the Pantheon world was still greatly damaged. Everything was waiting to be rebuilt. The strongest enemy was temporarily sealed, but the external enemies were still powerful. Everything required the players' hard work to build a home that belonged to the Pantheon world. This was the first expansion pack of the game after the players had passed the beginner stage, Evil God Armageddon. When Morag transmigrated, the game had already entered the 7th expansion pack. It was the time for the players to form their own guilds and prepare to counterattack the external enemies. Morag was the guild leader of the Rising Sun Guild, one of the 3 major guilds. He had taken the first kill of countless dungeons and world bosses, so he had a deep understanding of the game. King of Pantheon was a very interesting game. Most of the game's content was set after the Great Catastrophe, only before the evil god Armageddon. This gave the players some time to adapt. During this time, only the top players were allowed to become gods, and they would undoubtedly become the pillars of the players, leading the rest of the players forward. It was also because of this setting that Morag, a pure professional player, had the space to display his abilities instead of selling all the good stuff to the pay-to-win warriors. However, after the Great Catastrophe, most of the players would gradually grow into gods. They would build their homes while fighting against the external enemies. This was also the origin of the name King of Pantheon. Of course, fights between the players were also inevitable. The natural division between the light and darkness pantheons caused the players to be divided into two camps, and there had never been a lack of attacks between them. However, all of this no longer existed. Morag looked at the distant sky and could not help but sigh. Because in this world, he was the only player, and the responsibility of saving the world could only be left to him. It was indeed a happy thing not to have thousands of players fighting for resources, but it was also very difficult to rely on one's own strength to defeat a powerful external enemy. However, things had already come to this, and Morag could only do his best, and at the same time, unite all the forces that could be united. So, Your Highness Karina. With a faint smile on his face, Morag looked at Karina in front of him. Are you interested in my suggestion? Morag approached Karina of his own accord. He had to tie Karina to his chariot. This goddess of war would be the main force against the external enemies in the future. In fact, the name of the third expansion pack of the game was called Rise of the God of War. Knowing the history of the game, Morag knew that getting in touch with Karina was one of the main plot lines. If he wanted to get her help, he had to stay by her side. In his previous life, there was a lucky guy who stayed by Karina's side when the day of catastrophe arrived, and he successfully persuaded her to face the evil gods. In the end, he received a super high friendship rating from the goddess of war. Therefore, in the third expansion pack, this player became the well-deserved main character. While Morag was contacting Karina, he did not know that two figures were slowly descending into the origin realm. They were in a civilization called Tyrovins. Morag mentioned the word Tyrovins several times in his conversation with his subordinates. Judging from the context, it should be a place, the Netherworld priest said with a smile. Chapter 545. Reading. Tyrovins was a specific word. It was a literal translation of what the civilization called itself. If one were to investigate the meaning of this pronunciation, it probably meant 3 stars. This was because the birthplace of the Tyrovin civilization was 3 habitable planets that were relatively close to each other. Of course, even now, these 3 planets were the main residences of the Tyrovins people. It was just that the Federation's territory was gradually expanding, and they no longer had the absolute position they had in the early years. Since the Yellow Spring Daoist had found Tyrovins, he could not avoid investigating Morag. However, as he was not clear about the other party's past life, the progress of this investigation was not deep enough. The Yellow Spring Daoist informed Ji Yunan with the intention of using his power to start with Morag in the world of Pantheon. Even though Ji Yunan was more interested in the online game native to Tyrovin's Pantheon. These two did not contradict each other because in the process of investigating Pantheon, Ji Yunan easily confirmed who Morag was. More than 2 years ago, the guild master of the Rising Sun Sunset Guild, one of the 3 major guilds, suddenly disappeared. This caused a huge uproar in the gaming world. It was not until someone found news of him in real life that they found out that he had suddenly died in the game. The official explanation was that this player, whose real name was Zhu Xian, had a sudden cardiac arrest due to the influence of strong brainwaves, which directly led to his death. After finding the guild master's information, Ji Yunan could confirm that these two were indeed the same person without comparing Zhu Xian and Morag's experiences. Zhu Xian's game ID was Morag. A gamer. After confirming Morag's identity, the Yellow Spring Daoist could not help but reveal an expression that did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was not that he had not searched Tyrovins before, but his main focus was on literature and movies, and he almost did not consider gaming. On one hand, it was because his understanding of people from the original realm basically came from the 9 spirits and himself. He only thought that he had observed history through a certain method, and never thought that he could personally participate in it. On the other hand, The popularity of King of Pantheon was far from exploding across the internet. At most, it had a group of passionate players, which was nothing compared to Ji Yunan's previous life. After confirming Morag's identity, Ji Yunan and Netherworld could confirm a lot of things. Firstly, Zhu Xian's disappearance and Morag's appearance were basically synchronized. Zhu Xian's disappearance happened more than 2 years ago. Then, after Zhu Xian's disappearance, Pantheon did not go offline. It was still running as usual, and the 8th expansion pack was about to end. So, this is the history of the future. Netherworld Taroist said in an incredulous tone as he slowly flipped through the game background of Pantheon. The background of King of Pantheon started when the world of Pantheon was invaded and the lords fought to the death against the foreign evil gods. In the eyes of Daoist Huang Quan, this was clearly the war between the two worlds that had happened not long ago. It's possible. Ji Yunan was also watching this history, even though calling something that had yet to happen history gave people a strange feeling. This piece of history was quite accurate. It said that the evil god descended to destroy the world with unimaginable power that the lords could not resist at all. In the end, Death sacrificed himself and finally opened a hole in the evil god's body, which was also the evil god's only weakness. Although this description was very different from reality, the general meaning was not wrong. When this game was released 6 or 7 years ago, the background of the game had already been announced. In other words, the original realm could indeed predict the future. Interesting. Ji Yunan smiled and made such an evaluation. Predicting the future was not a big deal. Compared to mysterious things like timelines and parallel worlds, Ji Yunan preferred deduction theory. If the original realm could grasp enough information about the two worlds, it was entirely possible to derive this result through deduction. Moreover, there was no such thing as absolute inertia in history. Since additional factors appeared, history would inevitably be changed. In other words, from the moment Ji Yunan saw this information, history had already changed. The subsequent history was also witnessed by Ji Yunan. When the evil god descended again, Austin and Daisy paid the price of their own lives and finally succeeded in sealing the evil god. This process was not described in detail, and Ji Yunan only had written information in hand, which was not enough for him to make some judgments. On the other hand, there was something else that he found strange. The 7th and 8th expansion packs were wrong. If the first 6 expansion packs had a certain basis and could be said to be accurate predictions, then from the 7th expansion pack onward, it was simply nonsense. The world was truly shaped into a group of demons. They had oriental power and humanoid forms, but they were not normal humans. This was too different from reality. We have to find the game designer, Ji Yunan stood up and said. An online game had its operator, developer, game background, and the release of the expansion packs. The content undoubtedly came from the development team. Daoist Netherworld had no reason not to. He was also very interested in the question of how history was leaked. In a technology startup park, Huang Haoshan was nibbling on a white bun as he hurried into the company's entrance. He had been a game developer at Micromotion Entertainment for more than 10 years. He had experienced all the ups and downs of the past 10 years. Now that he was over 30, he was no longer as hot-blooded as he was back then. The current Huang Haoshan only wanted to hold on to the MMORPG pantheon and walk to the ends of the earth. Although he knew it was unlikely, he at least hoped that Pantheon could be popular for a few more years. However, a game's lifespan was limited. This was something he knew from the time he started developing Pantheon. On this day, Huang Haoshan came to work as usual. However, when he walked into his office, he found 2 strangers waiting for him inside. The 2 of them were wearing sleek suits and did not look like scammers. Huang Haoshan hesitated. "You are Mr. Huang Haoshan?" One of them stood up and looked at him calmly. For some reason, the other person's gaze sent chills down Huang Haoshan's spine. He nodded subconsciously. "I'm Huang Haoshan. What can I do for you?" "We're from the FBI's 6th Special Operations Division," the person said seriously. "We're here today to understand something from you." Chapter 546. Read. That's right. Huang Haoshan nodded, looking at the 2 strangely. He had never heard of the 6th Special Operations Division. Although it sounded impressive, Why would the FBI interfere with his game development? The man in the suit exchanged a look with the other man, then turned to look at him. Are the background and content of the game completely original works by you? Huang Haoshan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that these two were here to investigate copyright infringement? Was there really something wrong with the game's background? Why yes. Huang Haoshan wiped the cold sweat that was about to drip from his forehead and forced himself to speak. The man in the suit looked at his actions and suddenly smiled. He put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Then can you please tell me why the content from the 7th expansion pack onwards is completely different from the previous ones?" In Huang Haoshan's mind, it was as if a bomb had exploded. He finally confirmed that the other party did not come knocking on his door randomly, but had indeed obtained evidence. The cold expression of the suited man in front of him made Huang Haoshan imagine a police officer carrying him away. I'll confess. Huang Haoshan said without hesitation. In federal law, intentional copyright infringement and unintentional copyright infringement were two completely different things. The sooner he confessed, the more lenient he would be. You might not believe me. Huang Haoshan looked at the two, a little embarrassed. The information about the game came from my head. Huang Haoshan never doubted the background of the two men in front of him. Perhaps the FBI was lying, but they would not lie if they could point out the abnormalities of the 7th and 8th expansion packs. The background of the entire Pantheon game was written by Huang Haoshan, and the last two expansion packs were naturally the same. However, very few people knew that he had copied the information in his head for the first two expansion packs, and that he had written the last two based on previous information. However, after so many years of game development, Huang Haoshan believed that the last two expansion packs had no problems, and that they were seamlessly connected to the first two. It had been 2 years since the release of the expansion packs, and the players were still full of praise. No one had ever criticized the quality for dropping, so what other problems could there be? However, Huang Haoshan knew that there was someone who might have noticed the problem, and that was the original author of the information in his head. After Huang Haoshan narrated his experience, Ji Yunan and Taoist Huang Quan looked at each other and were at a loss for words. No one would have thought that this precious information about the future of the two worlds outside had inexplicably appeared in the minds of some ordinary people. Ji Yunan thought for a moment and asked, "You mean, after the 6th expansion pack, there's no new information in your head?" "Yes." Huang Haoshan nodded. In the past, new information would automatically appear in July every year. However, there hasn't been any in the past 2 years. After saying this, Huang Haoshan hurriedly said, "Both of you, I didn't mean to plagiarize. I thought these were all, it's okay." Ji Yunan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." In a nearby tea house, Ji Yunan and Daoist Huang Quan were sitting opposite each other. "Do you think this could be man-made?" Daoist Huang Quan pondered for a long time and suddenly said. He never thought that the truth would be so absurd. He subconsciously thought that there was a mastermind behind this and tried to analyze the other party's purpose. Ji Yunan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure yet. And if it's man-made, there will be a better way to deal with it. It was too crude to directly stuff the information into the brain. Moreover, the mastermind behind the scenes was too nonsensical. What was his purpose in doing things in such a roundabout way?" Ji Yunan was more inclined to believe that this was a natural phenomenon that had yet to be discovered. Just like how Fu Cheng was directly taken away, it was clearly a spontaneous action of the Bitwall. Now we have confirmed how the information about the future appeared, but why Morag? Ji Yunan's thoughts quickly shifted to the next step. In addition to Lu when being brought out by Daoist Huang Quan, how Ji Yunan and the others could leave the original realm was also a mystery. Daoist Huang Quan came to a realization and stood up, saying, "I'll stay here. We need more information to confirm Zhu Xian's uniqueness." The investigation continued with Zhu Xian and Morag, but it was mainly handed over to Daoist Huang Quan. Ji Yunan went to the world of gods alone. He completely hid his tracks with shadows. Under the 14th grade rule of shadow, even the main gods would not be able to find him. He came near Morag's divine kingdom and quietly watched his movements. He also saw Karina leave. Ji Yunan was not surprised that Morag was trying to get close to Karina. After all, he had already read Tyrovin's information and knew what Karina would achieve in the future. In fact, he did not even need to read it to know. Karina's power and uniqueness had already been revealed in Ji Yunan's era. However, what Ji Yunan was really interested in was that since Morag had transmigrated through playing a game, was it possible that he had a related cheat? Although he and Daoist Huang Quan did not find anything special when they checked Morag's resume, it might be that Morag's ability was more secretive. After all, it sounded strange to light up the divine fire in 2 years. Anyway, there were still 3 months before Song Fei finished crafting. He could just quietly observe Morag's actions. Of course, just observing was not enough. Now, Morag's life was a little too comfortable. He couldn't force out his potential. If there were no difficulties, he could make them. The opportunity came very soon. On this day, Morag built his divine kingdom as usual, recruited believers from different planes, and carried out a treasure hunt at the same time. For a transmigrator who was familiar with history, building a divine kingdom step by step was a waste of knowledge. After making a plan for his divine kingdom, Morag quickly led his army out of the divine kingdom and came to a plane of dual ice and fire elements, Dylan. This was a dungeon in the game that would produce the blueprint of dual elemental soldiers. It was definitely a great help for Morag's divine kingdom. Before the army set off, Morag's deputy said, "Sir, it is said that Prince Wolf is protecting Dylan Plain." Don't worry." Morag smiled and waved his hand. "Wolf, the wolf of ice and fire, is probably having a hard time protecting himself now. This is a great opportunity for us to attack Dylan." The deputy looked at Morag in confusion. He did not know where Morag got the information from. But because of such strange information, he had seen too many battles that eventually won. So, this time, he decisively chose to believe Morag. Chapter 547. Read. Wolf of Ice and Fire was one of the rarer gods. He was a xenogeneic god from the orcs. However, one should never underestimate this ice-fire two-headed wolf just because he was a god from another race. In the wolf race, there were at least 80,000 people named Wolf. However, when Wolf was mentioned, most people would think of this ice-fire two-headed wolf. One could imagine his status. However, Morag wasn't afraid at all. He knew very well that Wolf was facing the biggest crisis of his life and wouldn't have the time to rush over. Although Dylan was important to Wolf, what was more important than his own life? Morag's army arrived in Dylan in the blink of an eye. Under Morag's command, they quickly spread out and went to various resource points to plunder resources. Morag's main goal was the army blueprint, but he also needed to plunder other resources from Dylan. For a new god, believers and resources were equally important. As a player, it was obviously easier for Morag to plunder resources than to recruit believers. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. After Morag completed his plan, he didn't pay any more attention to it. He didn't care about a mere Dylan at all. After all, he had become a main god in his previous life and even organized the players to fight back against the demons. This level of difficulty was child's play for him. Morag was already thinking about what he should do with the new army after he got the ice and fire elemental temple. Just as Morag expected, Wolf was facing a huge crisis. Although he received news that Dylan was attacked, he couldn't spare any time to deal with it. Wolf's crisis came from his own race, or more accurately, the wolf race. The wolf race was a very large race, and the Icefire two-headed wolves were only one of the smaller tribes. Wolf's strong rise caused the Icefire two-headed wolves to enter a state of prosperity. Naturally, they would encounter a lot of challenges from the wolf race. This was the current situation. Wolf was facing a young powerhouse from the Steel Wolf race. This steel wolf named Woolwolf had an extremely popular name like Woolwolf, and it also had a powerful strength similar to Woolwolf's. The difference was that Wolf was good at the law of ice and fire, while Wolf was a pure lover of violence. All his strength came from his body. There was nothing much to describe about their battle. The name Wolf filled the screen. However, the result of history was that Wolf of Ice and Fire won in the end. After a fierce battle that lasted for 2 months, he tore his opponent into pieces. However, He had paid a huge price. His godhead had been nearly shattered, and his body had been seriously injured. It took a long time for him to recover. Morag knew this, which was why he was so confident in attacking Dylan. However, Wolf did not die in the end. Hence, in King of Pantheon, all players who entered this dungeon would encounter Wolf's revenge in another side quest in the future. At this moment, Wolf had just been challenged, and the two Werfs were fighting fiercely. Wolf focused all of his attention on what was in front of him. The ice and fire laws collided in mid-air, trying to force the fast-moving enemy to reveal himself. But then he saw an incredible scene. Steel Wolf stopped abruptly. Even when the ice and fire elements collided with his body, he did not move at all. Strangely, he stood still in the air as if time had stopped. Wolf was shocked by this scene. If not for the widened eyes of his opponent and the frozen expression on his face, he would have thought that this was a trick of his opponent. After a while, the body of the steel wolf began to break into pieces. His skin peeled off piece by piece, followed by his flesh, tissues, and organs. In the blink of an eye, Wolf had become a pile of broken pieces, soaked in sticky blood. Even as a god, Wolf had never seen such a strange way of dying. This reminded him of the undead gods who toyed with corpses. Did his opponent offend a certain lord from the Dark Pantheon before he challenged him? Wolf did not have time to think. Since his opponent was already dead, he did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly left the place where the two of them fought. After His Highness the two-headed wolf of ice and fire returned, the first place he went to was of course Dylan, the dimension that was being attacked by his enemies. "Hurry up, you lazy bums. Don't forget that we're at war." The deputy whipped a soldier and yelled. Due to the thick armor on his body, the soldier did not feel any pain. Instead, he grinned at his deputy and hurriedly ran to the front. It was not that he was not vigilant enough. It was just that under the arrangement of the Lord, the entire Dylan seemed to be defenseless. This made the soldiers think that their opponent was only SOSO. On almost all the battlefields, they always had more people than the enemy and formed a perfect formation to fight against the enemy. This was something that Ji Yunan could not do. He was good at fighting alone. And for Morag, who used to be a guild leader, it was too easy for him to do this. "Robert, don't be nervous." Morag walked over from the back and patted the deputy's shoulder. "Wolf won't be able to gather his men for at least 2 months. Robert, the deputy, still looked serious. "It's not a bad thing to hurry up." Morag shrugged indifferently and did not intend to persuade him any further. The reason why he chose Robert as his assistant was because of his steadiness. "If that's the case, why don't you?" Before Morag could finish his sentence, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky in surprise. In the unclear sky of Dylan, 2 clouds of mist began to condense. One was ice, and the other was fire. Finally, Wolf's figure appeared. The moment the wolf-headed wolf appeared, the morale of Dylan's side was greatly boosted. The various battlefields immediately began to counterattack. "Lord." Wolf appeared. "Lord." Robert also saw this scene and said to Morag anxiously. Morag stared blankly at the sky and was momentarily speechless. He could not understand why Wolf would appear at this time, and he did not look injured at all. His first reaction was that history was wrong, but his experience in the past 2 years told him that history could not be wrong. Could it be that one of his previous actions had affected the course of history and caused the Steel Wolf to not challenge Wolf? Chapter 548. Read. In order to seize the most resources, Morag used the most extensive strategy for the arrangement of his army. He used every bit of power to the extreme to ensure the highest efficiency in plundering resources. This was a rather brilliant strategy, but when Wolf returned to Dylan, this strategy became the death knell for Morag's army. The only way now is to kill Wolf. Morag looked at the sky coldly. Wolf seemed to have noticed his gaze and slowly shifted his gaze. Wolf was a god with rich experience in divine wars. He knew that he had the absolute advantage, so even if he found the enemy, he was not in a hurry to act. After all, the incident today was too strange. The mysterious death of Steel Wolf made him feel that someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. He did not want to act rashly. However, no matter what Wolf thought, Morag had no way out. He had to kill Frostfire two-headed wolf. "Sir, what are you going to do?" Robert looked at Morag in despair. He could not imagine how the latter, who had just advanced, could fight Wolf. His Highness Frostfire two-headed wolf was a powerhouse who could fight a level 7 god. Morag did not say a word. He knew that Wolf was waiting for him to make the first move and reveal an opening, but he had no other choice. If that's the case. Morag made up his mind. With a slight thought, a ray of light began to flash in his spirit sense. The next moment, a series of data appeared on his retina. This was something that only he could see. If there were people who had played King of Pantheon, they would be very familiar with this data. In the game, this had a name that all players were familiar with: the skill panel. That's right, although he could not transmigrate with the entire game system, he brought Morag a skill panel. Of course, a single skill panel was not as powerful as the evil god's shrine. However, since Morag was familiar with history, the combination of the two gave him a huge advantage. He could always make the best choice, and at the same time, he had the ability to explode with super high combat power. On the other hand, because the skill tree did not affect Morag's actual realm, this improvement was hard to see from the outside. Therefore, very few people noticed his abnormality. The only thing a skill tree could really affect was combat power. A crazed look appeared on Morag's face. He added all the experience gained from killing monsters in the past into one skill. That was his favorite swordsmanship in his previous life. It was also a swordsmanship that only those who had reached the realm of gods were qualified to use. Its name was Divine Punishment. The Divine Punishment sword technique wasn't very powerful in the early stages, but once the skill's level was high, it would have unexpected effects. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. With the continuous infusion of skill experience, Morag leveled up the Divine Punishment swordsmanship to level 10 in the blink of an eye. Level 10 was the limit of what he could do in this realm. If he continued to improve, he would reach the level of a Lord God, which was not something Morag could control at all. But even a level 10 swordsmanship was far beyond Morag's current realm. After activating the skill, Morag's body slowly floated into the sky and stared at Wolf in the air. For a close combat swordsman like him, fighting in the air was actually disadvantageous. On the other hand, Wolf's ice and fire rule was not affected. But Morag couldn't care less. He knew that he only had the power for one attack. His divine power could only support him for one strike. After one strike, it was either succeed or die. Wolf didn't even have time to speak before he saw the enemy in front of him suddenly swing his sword. A golden light cut through the sky and instantly slashed at him. This strike was as fast as lightning, and all of Wolf's rules were instantly cut through. He stared blankly at the golden light in front of him, and then he lost consciousness. In the eyes of the others, Wolf was directly hit by the golden light, and a golden line appeared between his eyebrows. Then, his body slowly collapsed and fell from the sky. After doing all this, Morag also fell from the sky as if all his strength had been sucked out. His deputy, Robert, hurriedly went up to catch him. Fortunately, Morag was only pale, and he was still conscious. It was because he had overexerted his divine power. Morag struggled to prop himself up and said to Robert, "Everything will go according to plan." Morag heaved a sigh of relief when he successfully killed Wolf. Fortunately, he still had the skill panel. However, at this moment, he saw Robert looking behind him in horror as if he had seen a ghost. Morag suddenly turned around, only to see an unfamiliar figure standing behind him, looking at him with great interest. "Who are you?" Morag asked subconsciously. He quickly flipped through his memories, trying to find the corresponding role of the person in front of him, but to no avail. The person did not speak. He only looked at him with a smile, and then waved his hand gently, completely erasing Morag's consciousness. When he woke up again, Morag found himself in a secret room. The secret room was completely isolated from the outside world, making it impossible for him to determine the time and location. Under the dim light, there was not a single person around, much less any landmark. His divine power was completely sealed by a special force. Frowning, Morag stood up and carefully looked around. Then, he found a book on the table next to him. The cover of the book was blank, and there was no name on it. However, the contents of the book shocked Morag. Written on it was his complete resume, from when he came to this world inexplicably to when he climbed up step by step. Curious, are you? Why would we collect information about you? A voice came from in front of him, with a hint of mockery. Morag looked up and saw a figure wrapped in a black robe standing in front of him. It was the person he had seen earlier. Who the hell are you? Morag said sternly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed that he had been targeted by some force. Welcome to the Transmigrator Alliance, the black-robed man said with a smile. You can call me GU. Oh, I mean GU. Morag looked at the man who called himself GU in front of him. He was no longer in the mood to care about his name. All his attention was attracted by those 5 words. Transmigrator Alliance. You mean, that's right. GU Nan nodded. There are many transmigrators like you and me. We gathered together to form this alliance, and then recruited more transmigrators from all over the world. Chapter 549. Read. The Transmigrator Alliance. These 5 words were deeply imprinted in Morag's mind. When Morag walked out of the secret room, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. This seemed to be a military base, and there were staff hurrying about everywhere. All of them wore white coats. Morag had only seen this style in his past life, and it was definitely not a product of the Pantheon world. Is this really the Transmigrator Alliance? Looking at this scene, Morag could not help but believe Ancient's words a little. Ever since he transmigrated, nothing in this world had exceeded his expectations, until he met Ancient and the Transmigrator Alliance today. Moreover, Ancient had said that he would bring him to test his ability. Could it be that every transmigrator has their own unique ability? As if reading Morag's mind, GU smiled and said. Morag thought to himself. If that was the case, his ability should be the skills panel. We've seen your information, but it was only after you killed Wolf that we confirmed that you're a transmigrator. Ancient looked at Morag and said, your ability seems to allow you to master some unknown moves. Morag nodded and said, that's right. This is a power from my past life. Even though he gradually believed Ancient's words, Morag did not lose his basic vigilance and was foolish enough to reveal everything about himself. Ancient did not say anything else. He only brought Morag to a laboratory and said to him, use your ability here. We will test the basic strength and level of your ability. Morag looked at him doubtfully and asked, can abilities be graded? Of course. Ancient laughed involuntarily. Transmigrators' abilities are divided into 7 levels according to their type and strength. The highest is S level, and the lowest is F level. Morag's heart skipped a beat and he asked, then what level do you think my ability is at? He knew that Ancient had brought him here, so he must have made a judgment of his ability. On the other hand, he also planned to use Ancient's judgment to determine how strong his ability should be. He had obtained an entire skill tree. If the so-called ability referred to ordinary abilities, how could it compare to his own? However, GU only said calmly, its strength might reach B rank, and its ability type is E rank at most. Morag couldn't help but widen his eyes. He couldn't believe that his ability evaluation was so low. Since he was able to kill Wolf with a single strike, he shouldn't be considered weak, right? In the face of his expression, GU only smiled and explained, only the ability to kill enemies of a higher level can be ranked above A. As for the type of ability, your ability doesn't support your realm at all, so you won't be able to go far. Hearing that, Morag could not help but fall silent. With his previous life's experience, he naturally knew the importance of the realm. He might be able to kill Wolf with a random skill, but that was only because the enemy's realm was too low. If he was up against a 10th order opponent, he wouldn't have much of an advantage in terms of skills. From this perspective, it wasn't wrong for GU to rate his ability type as rank E. Then let's begin, Morag said solemnly after putting away the contempt in his heart. He walked into the lab and allowed the staff to set up some testing equipment. Then, he saw one of them nod at him, indicating that he could begin. Morag took a deep breath and activated his ability according to the instructions. The skill tree in his brain began to take shape, and the data of the skill also began to appear on his retina. Outside the lab, Ji Nan stood in front of a computer and watched the data change on it. The so-called Transmigrator Alliance was, of course, a lie made up by Ji Nan. In reality, Morag had been unconscious for more than a month. It wasn't until the setup was completed that Ji Nan woke him up. This set of equipment came from Milky Way sky. Ji Nan had personally asked Sai Yun for it. It could clearly reflect the material changes in the target's body, and even the real-time position could be displayed. When Morag activated his ability, the screen impressively showed that in his brain, there was an unprecedented substance being rapidly secreted. Number 059812, what substance is this? The equipment had already analyzed its characteristics and found the corresponding substance from the list of substances. Ji Nan looked at the results and asked. A staff member got up with a head full of sweat and kept searching in another table. If it was an ordinary substance, the equipment itself would give the result. But now, there was only a number, which meant that this was a substance that had not been completely determined. 059 this is. The staff member found the meaning of the number and could not help but be shocked. A specific ratio of world source. World source. Ji Nan was stunned. He did not expect Morag's body to secrete such a thing. The equipment in Milky Way sky used the common material names of all the heavens. 059 represented all world source, and the 812 behind it was this specific ratio of number. World source was not a very rare thing. There were so many planes in the heavens, and each had its own world source. These world sources had certain similarities, but they also had their own special characteristics. So, at the end of the day, each world source had its own specific ratio. Of course, for most people, this subtle difference was completely meaningless. No matter what ratio it would not affect the use of world source. However, at this time, Ji Nan suddenly thought of another possibility. Could number 059812 be the original realm source? Could it be that the transmigrators who left the original realm were caused by the original realm source? These thoughts flashed through Ji Nan's mind, and he said with a serious face, let him activate his ability again and see if this phenomenon is stable. The staff member quickly nodded in agreement. After a few rounds of testing, they finally got a confirmation. As long as Morag activated his ability, his brain would automatically secrete world source, and it was also number 059812. But the amount of this world source that appeared was determined by the strength of Morag's ability. Ji Nan looked at this result, thought for a moment, and said, can we create this world source ourselves? Of course, sir. The person on the seat smiled. As long as you know the number, any world source can be created. All right. Ji Nan nodded. Create this world source, stop Morag's ability, and then inject the world source into his head. This sounded a little scary, but the researchers who came from the laboratory were already used to it. In their eyes, Morag was just a research subject. Chapter 550. Read. What's this for? Morag raised his head in confusion and looked at the catheter floating steadily above his head. He believed that no matter what they were testing, they would not use a tool like a catheter. They were clearly going to pour something into his body. Gu. What are you trying to do? Morag began to yell outside the laboratory. He panicked once again. However, the next moment, he felt his body tighten. A mechanical arm was stuck on his neck, making him unable to say a word. Morag knew that things were not good and quickly interrupted his skill interface. In his opinion, if the other party had any intentions towards him, it was most likely due to his special ability. Only by hiding his secret would he have the capital to negotiate. However, when Morag was unable to move, the catheter swooped down and pierced the back of his neck, accurately stuck between his two vertebrae. Immediately after, Morag felt a chill rush up his spine and into his head. Something terrifying happened. Morag felt as if his skill interface had completely gone out of control. Countless data flew in front of his eyes, and the skill experience points that he had left increased at a terrifying rate. After more than 2 years of accumulation, the total skill experience points he had accumulated did not exceed 200,000. However, in just an instant, the number of experience points had exceeded 1 billion. Look at what's written on his retina. Ji Yunan's voice sounded calmly. Under the close monitoring of the experimental device, all changes in Morag's body could not be hidden. Ji Yunan and the rest could clearly see that as a large amount of origin surged in, some data was directly projected onto Morag's retina. Yes. The researcher quickly responded and began to operate the device again. Therefore, under Morag's horrified gaze, a small scalpel fell and instantly pierced into his head, accurately cutting off his pain nerves. Morag only felt a chill in his head, and an indescribable fear began to rise in his heart. He did not know what these people were trying to do. But what happened next was even more terrifying. The scalpel cut from the top of his skull all the way to his brow bone. A mechanical hand reached in and pulled his head open, revealing the internal structure and the target of Ji Yunan and the others, Morag's left eyeball. Another mechanical hand slowly reached over and carefully pushed the optic nerve to the side. It took out Morag's left eyeball and connected it to the detection device. In Morag's undamaged right eye, one could even see that his left eye was still connected to his nerves. Blood was dripping from it, but he could no longer feel pain. The scene outside the laboratory was still as calm as ever. No one cared about this child's actions at all. For a God-level test subject, this kind of injury was nothing. After taking out the eyeball, the image Morag saw quickly appeared in front of Ji Yunan through the analysis of the eyeball and retina. Skill panel. Ji Yunan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not expect Morag to obtain this. Ji Yunan had also seen gods before, so of course he would recognize them. Adjust the rate of input from the origin and see what changes are happening to his body when the panel is operating. Skills could not be obtained out of thin air. It had to be a reaction from Morag's body. Understood. The researcher nodded again, but then said, "But sir, this may take some time." Under the strict monitoring of high-precision instruments, every change in Morag's body was clearly seen. In the clean white laboratory, there was only the sound of machinery swaying and muscles being cut, but Morag still could not move. He could only watch as the scalpel fell again and again, incising various parts of his body and exposing the changes in his muscles and bones. The testing process did not last too long. Or rather, it was just a skill panel. There was not much to test. After finding the ratio of the world's origin, it was a piece of cake for the laboratory to adjust the changes in the skill panel through the input rate, ratio, and other factors. Almost without much effort, the laboratory had completely mastered the control of the panel. However, the effect of the origin on Morag's body was a very strange process. Under the monitoring of the device, the world's origin was converted through a special method. On the one hand, it was improving part of Morag's body, and on the other hand, it was directly stimulating his brain. It seemed to be using this method to input the memory of the relevant skills into his brain. About half an hour later, the laboratory could already control the improvement of Morag's skills. So, Ji Yunan ordered, increase his divine punishment swordsmanship to level 15. Among all of Morag's skills, the divine punishment swordsmanship that he had just used was the highest level. In the past, he had not been so extravagant as to put all his skill experience into a single swordsmanship. One had to know that Morag's skill panel included most life skills. This could greatly increase the speed at which he built his holy kingdom. Yes, sir. The researcher in front of the experiment table immediately did as he was told. The world's origin kept pouring in, and Morag only saw the data on his skill panel jump up again. In fact, his experience had long overflowed. The data was so large that the panel could not fit it all, but it was not easy to add all this experience to his skills. Increasing skills was essentially a process of strengthening Morag's body and memory. The speed of strengthening was limited by Morag himself. Sir, the target's body is not strong enough. His level 11 swordsmanship has already reached the level of Dao integration, but the speed is very slow. The researcher immediately reported to Ji Yunan. How long will it take? Ji Yunan asked after thinking for a while. It'll take at least half a month to reach level 11. It might be faster after that. It was the most complicated to advance from the mortal level to the Lord level, but the subsequent advancements were not as troublesome. Continue, Ji Yunan ordered. Under his control, Morag couldn't resist much, and he didn't lack the time to do so. Instead, Morag's experience started to give him some ideas. Since the world's origin number 059812 could increase skill experience, could it directly increase his sin value? After leaving Morag's laboratory, Ji Yunan walked into another laboratory. There was another set of the same equipment here, but there was no other Morag. This was prepared for Ji Yunan himself. Ji Yunan walked into the laboratory, and the catheter was inserted into Ji Yunan's body just like how Morag did. The world's origin also started to enter his body. Actually, Ji Yunan did not need the help of any equipment to clearly see the changes in his body. Chapter 551. Read. When the world's origin number 059812 entered Ji Yunan's body, he did not feel much, and his sin value did not change at all. However, strangely, the evil god's temple, which was connected to Ji Yunan's divine soul, shone brightly due to the injection of the origin. In the divine kingdom, the evil god's temple had always been sitting quietly in the center of the divine kingdom, unaffected by anything. However, on this day, everyone in the divine kingdom could see the evil god's temple suddenly exploding with a shocking light, making the sky of the divine kingdom a deep blue. The people who were originally in the evil god's temple were directly thrown out by a force, and the evil god's temple itself began to shrink rapidly. In just a moment, the evil god's temple shrank to an extremely small state, and then left the divine kingdom, escaping into the void. This is. Red Tail happened to be in the divine kingdom, and she could not help but be dumbfounded when she saw this. I've already informed teacher. Yang Xiaoxiao's voice sounded beside her, and at the same time, she appeared. Hearing Yang Xiaoxiao's words, Red Tail could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She knew what kind of existence Yang Xiaoxiao was, and since she was fine, the divine kingdom itself should not be affected much. Did Master reply? Red Tail asked immediately. Yang Xiaoxiao shook her head lightly, and did not speak, but there was an inexplicable worry in her eyes. This time, the disappearance of the evil god's temple made her feel as if Ji Yunan had been cut off from the divine kingdom. Although the two were still connected, they were no longer as inseparable as before. Ji Yunan stood in the laboratory, looking at the scene in front of him curiously. With Ji Yunan's power, of course, no one could restrict him. In fact, even the speed at which the origin was injected into his body was actually controlled by him, and the device was only providing him with the origin. However, when the origin entered his body, he found that his brain was also stimulated, but the sin value interface did not change. Instead, the evil god's temple inexplicably left the divine kingdom and appeared in front of him. At this time, the evil god's temple was small and exquisite, different from the huge building that occupied thousands of miles in the divine kingdom. It was as small as a model, and could be held with one hand. However, Ji Yunan could see that it was fully equipped. Everything that should be in the evil god's temple was there. In fact, this scene was not unfamiliar to Ji Yunan, as he had seen it when he was playing the game in his previous life. When a player underwent their third promotion, the evil god's temple would leave God's kingdom and appear before the player. The temple would then shatter itself, becoming a sacrifice for the player's third promotion. This scene was filled with the feeling of an evil ritual, as if it meant that the player would become an independent existence. Many players who had completed their third transition saw this scene as a design to sublimate the theme of the game. However, Ji Yunan knew that there must be a special meaning behind this. King although many monsters not had the not was, not. Ji Yunan's nan, God, world was, God, God, the special world origin did have an effect on Ji Yunan, but this effect did not affect him. Instead, it affected the evil god's palace. This was the first time that Ji Yunan's evil god's temple and God's temple were different. Why? Ji Yunan was puzzled, but he didn't do anything. He simply waited for the evil god's temple's reaction. The next moment, just as Ji Yunan had expected, the evil god's temple exploded, turning into fragments that fused with Ji Yunan's body. The game interface in Ji Yunan's mind gradually shattered, and his god's temple was split in half. Everything was the same as the third-class advancement in the game. However, Ji Yunan could clearly feel that he hadn't truly reached the third-class advancement yet. I'm still lacking. Is it because I'm lacking some god's temple? This state gave Ji-Yunan the feeling that he already had the characteristics of the third-class advancement, but he hadn't reached it in terms of quantity. However, by going through the third-class advancement in advance, Ji-Yunan no longer had God's temple. He had even lost the evil God's temple. Without the evil God's temple, would he still have God's temple? Ji-Yunan didn't experiment for the time being. He continued to inject the world's origin into his body, but it was useless. What does that mean? Could it be that I'm not the one who transmigrated, but the evil God's temple? This funny thought flashed past Ji-Yunan's mind. He was originally just mocking himself, but he couldn't forget it. Based on the current situation, this seemed to be the answer that was closest to the truth. Morag had transmigrated because the skill interface was one with him. In other words, it was an ability that belonged to him, and the skill interface was just a form of display. If it was in a different mode, it could be a skill tree, a library in his head, or an ability that added skill points. It didn't matter. But Ji-Yunan was different. His power actually came from the evil God's temple. What he did before was to first help the evil God's temple improve, and then let the evil God's temple nourish him. Of course, because the evil God's temple had no consciousness and was completely under Ji-Yunan's control, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Until today, when the evil God's temple was broken because of its own rules, Ji-Yunan finally understood the difference. The world's origin is the embodiment of the world's rules. As long as there is enough power of the rules, they can create anything. Of course, that includes the evil God's temple. With Ji-Yunan's current realm, he had a very deep understanding of the world's origin. The so-called origin could be understood as the basic energy that assembled everything. As long as the outside world gave the format of everything, it could be created with the origin. Morag's skill interface was such a format. So when he obtained the origin of the original realm, this format was immediately activated and put to use. If he couldn't get support from the outside world, he could only produce and sell it on his own. Fortunately, this format itself contained a way to produce the origin. The skill interface gained experience from killing monsters, and the evil God's temple gained sin points through various methods. As for why this format appeared, the reason was simple. This format originally came from the original realm. Perhaps only a suitable format would be effective in the outside world. If that was the case, maybe Ju-Po, Daoist Netherworld, and the others also had this format, but they couldn't activate it. I need to do another experiment. Thinking of this, Ji-Yunan immediately realized that he needed more experimental cases. But it was too late to find Fu Cheng now, and it was difficult to get Daoist Netherworld and Ju-Po to cooperate. Lu Wen, a fake, could not fully explain the problem. Chapter 552. Read. Ever since he captured Morag, Ji-Yunan's research on the original realm had progressed by leaps and bounds. Especially compared to Priest Netherworld, the research and observation of tens of thousands of years might not be as reliable as a few hours of Ji-Yunan's experiments. Of course, this could only mean one thing. Practice was the only standard to test the truth. With such illogical thoughts, Ji-Yunan quickly descended to the core of the heavenly world, the inner world created by the second-generation saint. The inner world was a very special existence. It was completely built by humans, but its purpose was to serve the entire heavenly world. And in the inner world, there was an even more special person. That was the woman who also came from the original realm, but her will had been erased, and she remained here for life. "Welcome back, my king." Zero's voice was the same as before, as if it would not change even after tens of thousands of years. Ji-Yunan raised his head and looked at the figure that emitted a blue glow, but he did not speak. He just calmly came in front of her and slowly poured a bottle of medicine into Zero's body. This was, of course, the source of the original realm that had been adjusted. As the source of the world, the source of the original realm did not seem to be much different from the outside world. It was even a specific ratio that was within the range of serial numbers. But when it was used on a transmigrator like Zero, a strange change occurred. Zero's originally blue body shone with silver light. It seemed that some kind of ability was acting out of her control, producing an unexpected effect. Energy absorption, 100% charged. System activated. The voice sounded in Zero's head. This is the system. Ji Yunan watched the silver light finally fall and could not help but laugh. With Ji Yunan's current realm, the system's voice could not be hidden from him. But even though the system was activated, Zero still did not seem to have regained her consciousness. She just looked at Ji Yunan again and said, "As you command, my king." Detected that the host's consciousness is damaged. Repair. The system's voice sounded again, but Zero did not seem to hear it. The answer is yes. Ji Yunan made the decision for Zero. Yes. Command confirmed. System repair in progress, insufficient energy. Repair failed. When Ji Yunan heard this, he immediately poured 2 more test tubes of sauce into her body. He had nothing to worry about. With his current strength, he was not afraid of anyone at all. Moreover, he was the only one who knew the ratio of the origin of the original realm. System repairing. System repairing. Repair successful. After a while, a different voice finally sounded. Zero's blue energy body suddenly condensed and turned into a real human figure. His eyes became lively, but he looked at Ji Yunan with vigilance. "Who are you? Where am I?" Ji Yunan looked at him and smiled. "Do you still remember who you are?" Zero opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. In the end, he shook his head in distress. The so-called system repair was more like reformatting her entire body. "Come with me." Ji Yunan shook his head and did not say anything more. He brought Zero into the lab. A moment later, Zero suffered the same fate as Morag. Her body was completely immobilized, and all kinds of instruments were attached to her body. The changes in her body were faithfully displayed on the screen. "It's very similar to the first experiment subject, sir," the researcher said excitedly. He had never seen such a strange situation. 2 completely different people, but they had similar and powerful abilities. Compared to Morag, Zero's ability was undoubtedly more comprehensive and powerful. The system in her body could perform any operation on her body, and it could even forcibly upgrade her body. In the observation in the lab, this ability undoubtedly belonged to Zero. The system was more like her own imagination, and it was also just a form of display. During the experiment, through the input of the source 059812, Zero's genes could even be changed, turning her from a human to a beast, and then back again. Of course, she could also perfectly turn into another person. In a sense, these transmigrators are actually a type of mental patient, Ji Yunan concluded. But he knew very well that he did not belong to this category. Because the evil god temple really existed, and it even had the ability to create things out of thin air. The early equipment was not fake. But I also come from the original realm. What's the difference between me and these transmigrators? Ji Yunan frowned and thought. He did not doubt the origin of his spiritual soul. Not only because of his memories, but also because his body was affected by the spiritual soul. His appearance was actually getting closer to his previous life. These details all proved that Ji Yunan's spiritual soul did indeed come from the blue planet, but he did not have the characteristics of a transmigrator, or rather, the characteristics that should have belonged to him had fallen on the evil god temple. Continue to give her the source. Ji Yunan had some guesses in his mind, but they had not been confirmed yet. Adjust his body in the direction of rules. Yes. The researcher replied firmly. He knew what he was doing. He was very likely to witness the first man-made path fusing. He took Zero away. Yu Lian's voice sounded a little low. "What do you want to do?" Sitting in front of her was Ju Po, a person who had stood at the top of the heavens for a long time, but now he looked a little lonely. "In the past, we wanted to find a place." Ju Po smiled helplessly. "Now, I also don't know what he wants to do." Even though they had watched Ji Yunan grow into a giant at an unbelievable speed, no one thought that he could surpass them, not even Ju Po. When people were within the scope of their calculations, there would always be times when they made mistakes. Unfortunately, the time left for them to react was too short. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yunan had already reached a point where no one could defeat him. Yu Lian was silent for a while, then said, "He wants Song Fei to make a defensive artifact. There must be a reason." They were all very familiar with Ji Yunan's style of doing things. If it was not necessary, Ji Yunan would not have stopped at all, nor would he have needed a defensive artifact. When Ji Yunan started to think about defense, it meant that he would show a fatal flaw. Ju Po glanced at her and said, "You want to attack first. This is self-defense." Yu Lian slammed the table and said, "He's a madman. If we don't kill him, we will all die at his hands sooner or later." She regretted not believing in the evil god's words when Austin came looking for her. Of course, it was not that she did not believe in the evil god's brutality and slaughter, but rather that she did not believe in the evil god's power. Anyone who could reach the Tao fusing stage would think the same way. However, the truth was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. Ju Po stood up and did not directly express his attitude. Instead, he turned around and slowly left. "If you don't succeed, you will die. Have you thought it through?" His voice traveled into Yu Lian's ears. Chapter 553. Reading. Back then, Shui Ren was known as the person closest to path integration. Some people even said that if he wanted to, he could enter the path integration realm at any time. Although Shui Ren was already dead, he did prove the latter half of the saying. When he wanted to reach path integration, this obstacle, which others thought was extremely hard, was not difficult for him. But now, it seemed that even Shui Ren could not get the title of the person closest to path integration, because it could only belong to Zero. Before Zero was sealed by the second-generation saint, she was only one step away from path integration. Now that her system had been activated by Ji Yunan, there was no difficulty in advancing. For Zero, as long as she had enough source of the original realm, she could easily advance. Time passed day by day. Ji Yunan stood in the laboratory and watched as Zero and Morag were continuously injected with the source and strengthened. But this process was not fast. Due to the limitations of the two's physiques, the speed of the input of the source could not be increased. This limitation did not depend on the strength of the two, but on the fact that their formats were not strong enough. The operating speed had reached the limit. Song Fei's message came quickly, saying that the defensive ritual implement had been refined and asking Ji Yunan to go to Shidaotian to pick it up. So, Ji Yunan stood up and said to the experimenters, "Move the entire laboratory to the God Nation. Continue to input the source. If there are any abnormalities, inform me immediately." Everyone agreed in unison. Only then did Ji Yunan leave the laboratory. Before he left, he glanced at Zero and Morag. If everyone who came out of the original realm had a strange format, then wouldn't the original realm be a world of cheats? Ji Yunan shook his head. He still needed more examples to prove it. Shidaotian had also just been rebuilt not long ago. This place was obviously more reliable than the Three Buddha Heaven. Ji Yunan stepped into Song Fei's residence. All the new restrictions, matrices, and alarms that the latter had set up were all triggered. For a moment, Shidaotian was in chaos. Ji Yunan's actions, which did not have the demeanor of a master, almost stunned Song Fei. Even for a normal Dao integration stage mighty figure, these things weren't all that impressive and could be easily evaded. However, the next moment, these alarms disappeared without a trace. It was not that Song Fei had turned them off, but that Ji Yunan had directly stomped on them, leaving nothing behind. Song Fei secretly rolled his eyes. This was not the first time he had seen Ji Yunan's unpredictable behavior. He just pretended that he did not see it. It was not a big deal anyway. "Old Song, you are very efficient." Ji Yunan calculated the time and found that it was exactly 3 months, which was the minimum that Song Fei mentioned. Song Fei was already immune to this title. Shaking his head, he took out a small mirror and handed it to Ji Yunan. "This is only a half-finished product." "Oh." Ji Yunan took the round mirror and looked at it. The surface of the mirror was as smooth as ice, but the frame beside it was covered with mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and vast aura. This was not surprising, as Song Fei had lived from ancient times to the present. The so-called ancient techniques of the mortal world that had been lost were actually common for Dao integration stage mighty figures and had not been lost at all. What Ji Yunan wanted was a heart protection mirror. Of course, the heart protection mirror did not necessarily have to protect the heart. For example, Ji Nan originally wanted to use it to protect his abdomen and block the life and death mark. Although he had already completed the third-class advancement, his sin value had not reached the requirement. Ji Nan had never seen such a strange situation. Therefore, at this time, he did not know if the life and death mark still had an effect. However, with Ji Nan's usual cautiousness, it was always right to be prepared. Song Fei saw that he was playing with the round mirror and looked quite satisfied. He sighed and said, "Fa Kong's relic is very powerful. I can only guide a part of its power. If you want to complete this Dharma artifact, it might take more than 200 years, Song Fei said while looking at Ji Nan. Ji Nan did not doubt it. For Dao integration stage mighty figures, it was normal to refine a Dharma artifact for hundreds of years. It would be strange if it could be completed in 3 months. What are the flaws of the semi-finished product? He asked straightforwardly. The strength of the attack it can withstand is not as strong as the finished product. In addition, after withstanding 3 strong attacks, the heart protection mirror will be destroyed. You have to bring it back to me for repair, Song Fei said while pointing at the heart protection mirror. Ji Nan could clearly see that there were 3 longer runes on the frame of the mirror where Song Fei was pointing. They were clearly connected to the inside of the round mirror. That's enough. Ji Nan nodded and placed the heart protection mirror on his abdomen. Having 3 chances to withstand attacks was enough for him to do a lot of things. When the heart protection mirror was placed on Ji Nan's body, the 3 runes began to emit a faint fluorescent light. However, the strange thing was that the fluorescent colors were different. One was black, one was white, and one was green. The next moment, Ji Nan suddenly raised his head and tore off the heart protection mirror that was stuck to his abdomen. The suction force of the heart protection mirror was inexplicably strong, and even a piece of his flesh was torn off. Although he recovered in an extremely short time, Ji Nan had already realized what had happened. Yu Lian. Ji Nan raised his head and looked at the green light in front of him. In front of Ji Nan, Song Fei's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Anyway, the astral plane had just been rebuilt, so he did not feel the pinch. Only the 3 lights of different colors landed and turned into 3 figures. The green light was Yu Lian herself, while the black and white lights were Austin and Daisy, who had descended from the world of gods. In order to deal with Ji Nan, Yu Lian actually chose to join forces with 2 lords. Even after Ji Nan's death, the world of gods might face great pressure from the war. This was because Yu Lian knew very well that if Ji Nan did not die, the pressure would not only come from the battlefield, but also from life and death. She had also wanted to deal with Ji Nan. Back then, Dream Immortal had joined forces with 3 Dao integration cultivators to attack him at the same time, and Yu Lian was no worse off now. Not only had she found 2 top-notch lords, but she had also used the defensive Dharma artifact layout that Ji Nan wanted to set up and tampered with it in advance. This heart protection mirror had no defensive function at all. As long as Ji Nan tried to activate it, the heart protection mirror would automatically stick to Ji Nan's body and activate the power transmission. The power transmission naturally came from Yu Lian and the other 2. It could be said that if Ji Nan had moved just a little bit slower, the combined power of the 3 would have hit the life and death mark. What a pity. Yu Lian's cold voice sounded. Not being able to hit the mark directly meant that both sides were back to the same starting line. Everything still depended on strength. The survival of the 2 great worlds will be decided today, Austin said gloomily. Chapter 554. Read. The safety of the 2 worlds depended on this fight. The 3 of them didn't say anything else and attacked Ji Nan together. Their target was Ji Nan's seal of life and death. Yu Lian had communicated with Austin and the other 2, so she naturally knew the significance of the seal of life and death. Her attacks were even fiercer than the other 2. If the 2 chief gods were defeated, they might still have a chance to survive, but she was destined to face the fate of death and the entire Grottovoid heaven. The Grottovoid heaven, which had been passed down for 100,000 years, must not be destroyed in my hand. Yu Lian's eyes were filled with madness, but her Dharma techniques changed unpredictably without any disorder. A Dharma talisman suddenly turned into a long saber and slashed at the seal of life and death. This Dharma talisman was somewhat familiar to Ji Yunan. The Dharma talisman that Daoist spirit Yang had used to kill the dark god was actually somewhat similar to the one in front of him. As expected, the inheritance that Daoist spirit Yang had obtained was closely related to the grotto void heaven. At such a critical moment, Ji Yunan actually had the time to let his imagination run wild. It could only be said that the thinking speed of people at his level was already incomprehensible. Yu Lian's saber was the first to fall. With an inexplicable sharpness and dominance, it directly slashed at Ji Yunan's body. The Tao was the saber, and the saber was the Tao. Unfortunately, Ji Yunan's grasp of battle was too sharp. He only needed to tilt his body slightly, and the blade of divine will missed the seal of life and death and only slashed at his waist. The blade of divine will cut off a piece of flesh from Ji Yunan's waist, but it recovered in an instant. Ji Yunan could completely ignore this level of attack. However, Yu Lian's original intention was to force Ji Yunan to dodge. Almost at the same time that Ji Yunan moved, Austin's sacred sword pointed at the seal of life and death. Daisy moved later, but arrived first. The law of darkness condensed in the void, and a strange black ball of light directly appeared near the seal. Unlike Austin and the other two, Daisy's power was more mysterious, unpredictable, and pure. In order to activate the power of the seal, even Austin had to rely on the sacred sword, but Daisy could condense laws out of thin air. In a sense, she was more difficult to deal with than Austin, and the threat she posed was also greater. When the black vortex appeared, Ji Yunan reacted extremely quickly. The left side of his body quickly turned into a law, and the position of his life and death mark shifted, causing the black vortex to only hit the shadow that had turned into a law. After 2 transformations, Austin was already infinitely close to Ji Yunan. The holy sword in his hand made a turn and headed straight for the seal of life and death. Ji Yunan was finally unable to avoid it. Whether it was Yu Lian or Daisy, everything they did was to pave the way for Austin's sword. He had forced Ji Yunan into a situation where he could not evade, and Austin had made the final strike. Ji Yunan abruptly stopped in his tracks. His right hand, which had yet to be formalized, instantly clenched into a fist and punched Austin's face. Austin's entire body shattered, but the holy sword continued to advance at an extremely fast speed. It looked like it was about to pierce into the life and death imprint. However, at this moment, Ji Yunan suddenly pressed down with one hand and grabbed the holy sword. Even though his body was immediately ignited by the holy flames, and his hand was even showing signs of being assimilated by the holy light, he still managed to block it. Daisy was slightly taken aback. Ji Yunan's decisiveness was somewhat beyond her expectations. Her reaction was definitely not slow, and the black vortex instantly appeared again. Yu Lian once again took out the blade of divine will and yelled, "Don't give him any time to breathe." However, before she could finish her sentence, Ji Yunan's figure flashed, and his fist, which was covered in raging holy flames, came crashing down. In her shock, Yu Lian could only use the blade of divine will to block it. Unfortunately, even Austin could not block Ji Yunan's fist head-on. The blade of divine will was instantly blasted apart. Even heaven's will could not block Ji Yunan. Instead, a golden scale slowly appeared above Yu Lian's head. There was nothing on either end of the golden scale. Instead, when it appeared, it directly brought Yu Lian over and placed her on one end of the scale. The person in front of Ji Yunan was suddenly Austin. He had already reformed his divine body and appeared in front of Ji Yunan. In terms of flexible use of power, someone like Austin was naturally not weaker than anyone else. Come to think of it, Ji Yunan had already shattered his divine body no less than 3 or 4 times, but Austin still seemed as if he did not feel it at all. His power was still surging like before. He was actually already well deserving of the title of King of Pantheon. With a wave of the holy sword, Austin blocked Ji Yunan for an instant. His figure immediately floated away, and he did not fight him head-on at all. Instead, he pointed his sword at the life and death imprint. Austin's swordsmanship was clearly in the style of the world of Pantheon. It mainly focused on stabbing, which was very different from the swordsmanship of the All Heavens, but the effect was very good. This kind of stabbing might not have been lethal in the past, but it was an excellent match for activating the life and death imprint. Ji Nan did not want to verify if his third transition was up to standard. In fact, he had not even revealed his true power after his third transition. He was waiting for an opportunity to decide the outcome of the battle in one fell swoop. The opportunity that Ji Nan was waiting for came very soon. Daisy took advantage of the moment when Ji Nan retreated, and the dark vortex suddenly exploded. She was personally controlling it with her main body, raising its power to the maximum. She also did not care about her own body. Even if she had to sacrifice one of her divine bodies, she would not give Ji Nan a chance to catch his breath. However, she did not expect that the moment the two of them came into contact, a shadow that seemed to be born from the depths of hell erupted. Daisy, who had always used endless darkness to devour others, felt the feeling of being devoured for the first time. The shadow almost completely enveloped her, and the darkness could only extend an inch from her body before it was immediately assimilated and devoured. She had never seen such a strange nomological power even from Austin. This was a power on a completely different level. If the peak of the second transition was to become one with the nomological power and become the embodiment of the nomological power, then after the third transition, it was Ji Nan himself who was leading the nomological power. He was no longer the will that replaced the nomological power. Instead, he was using his own will to drive the nomological power. If Ji Nan was previously following the nature of the shadow and constantly adjusting himself to the shadow, then he could now manifest the shadow in any form. Daisy could clearly feel this. This is not a shadow. What kind of power is this? The Lady of Darkness roared. She had never seen such a domineering shadow. This kind of power of rapid assimilation was simply the same as Austin's law of light. They were both extremely invasive and had the power to assimilate everything. However, Ji Nan's shadow was more active and more powerful. All of this happened in an instant. Austin and Yu Lian did not even have time to react. They only heard Daisy's shout, and the law of darkness was instantly annihilated. Yu Lian stared at this scene in a daze. She murmured, "It's over." Austin's face, which was always as calm as water, also had an ugly expression. Even if Daisy did not die from this attack, she would most likely lose most of her combat strength. Chapter 555. Read. Ji Nan's body started to return to its original state, and he reappeared in front of Austin and Yu Lian. Daisy had been completely destroyed by him, and she had yet to reform her divine body. Clearly, the attack at the level of the laws had severely injured her. The strategy of not giving Ji Nan a chance to catch his breath that the three of them had set up earlier had been completely destroyed. Yu Lian had suffered a great blow, and Austin was silent. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, Ji Nan was not in a hurry to attack. He was comparing the difference between his pseudo-third transformation and the true third transformation in terms of laws and the body of the evil god. In his previous life, Ji Nan had transmigrated at the same time as he had completed his third transformation, so he had not experienced how strong the third transformation was. However, he was not the first player to complete the third transformation, and he had seen other people's first-person game videos. In comparison, his current state could not be considered a complete third transformation. At the very least, the strength of the body of the evil god was far from the level of the third transformation. However, there were some clues about the laws. Now, Ji Nan could control the shadow freely, and it even displayed the characteristics of other laws. He could use it as he wished. In terms of level, even though he had not completed the third transformation, he had already surpassed level 15, which was enough to suppress Austin, Daisy, and the others. On the other hand, the body of the evil god was not much different from before. This made Ji Nan have some guesses. Perhaps at his current level, the strength of the body of the evil god was not determined by the level, but by the sin value. This phenomenon was different from before. Perhaps it was because the evil god's temple was broken? Ji Nan did not know either. He had gradually embarked on a path that no one had ever walked before, and no one in this world knew what the path after level 15 was like. For now, everything depended on Ji Nan to figure it out himself. Ji Nan gradually retracted his thoughts, and his gaze landed on Austin and Yu Lian again. The next moment, the shadow beyond their understanding appeared again, and it quickly invaded the two of them. Both the holy light and Daoist rhymes were quickly disintegrated the moment they came into contact with the shadow. Under Ji Yunan's control, shadow simply possessed the characteristics of light and darkness, and it was capable of assimilating and devouring at the same time, allowing it to swiftly deal with enemies while strengthening itself. It could be described as invincible. For Austin and Yu Lian, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Daisy had been seriously injured by Ji Yunan's hidden attack, which greatly reduced their threat to Ji Yunan. If they worked together, it would be almost impossible to hit the seal of life and death. Facing the shadow that was quickly surrounding them, Austin glanced at Yu Lian. Seeing that she was still struggling, he could not help but sigh. Next, he waved his holy sword, and a large amount of holy light condensed together, and tried. Of Lian. Ji Yunan only glanced at him. Then, his figure flashed and stood in front of Austin. Shadow, of shadow of shadow of shadow. Yi. Austin. Austin. Austin, Austin's Shen's soul. Shadow. The next moment, Ji Yunan's fist landed on Austin's chest. The Lord of Light, who was surrounded by the shadow, could not even put up an effective resistance. His body was instantly crushed by Ji Yunan. At this point, Austin, who was known as the strongest in the two realms, could not fight back against Ji Yunan. If not for the fact that he wanted to get rid of Austin in the shortest time possible, Ji Yunan could even use the law to deal more damage to Austin. After Austin was beaten back, Yu Lian was the only one left in front of Ji Yunan. This ruler of the Dongshu heaven actually became calm at this point. She gave up resisting and let the shadow wrap around her. Ji Yunan, I'm willing to hand over the position of the Lord of the Paradise. You can, no need. Ji Yunan stepped forward and grabbed Yu Lian's neck with one hand. Countless shadows poured into her from her orifices, almost washing her into a shadow. In a one-on-one fight, Yu Lian would undoubtedly be completely suppressed by Ji Yunan. The level of her law was not as good as Ji Yunan's. Countless law techniques could not have much effect on Ji Yunan. In addition, she was seriously injured. It could be said that she had no chance of winning. When even the paradise could not attract Ji Yunan's interest, Yu Lian had already lost all her support. Ji Yunan was determined to take her down. He would first eliminate all the rebels in the heavens, then get rid of the remaining lords. Then, he would focus on his experiments. Gathering the power of the two realms and studying the mysteries of the original realm was Ji Yunan's goal. Yu Lian endured the power of the shadow. She could not mobilize the law at all. She realized that if this continued, it was very likely that even her own law would be washed away. She had no choice but to mobilize her own power and explode this body. Countless path runes flew in the void. For a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, self-detonation was already a very helpless choice. This was because the disorderly explosion of the law could only cause a shockwave. The power was far less than a normal attack. It was an extremely inefficient method. Ji Yunan slowly walked out of the void. The shockwave and path runes of Yu Lian's self-destruction naturally could not affect him. He did not have any intention of stopping. With one step, he entered the paradise. The shadow behind him boiled again and quickly destroyed everything in the paradise. In ancient times, this astral realm was once the core of the heaven realm. Even today, it was still the birthplace of the Path sect. However, in front of Ji Yunan's shadow, it was no different from an ordinary astral realm. A large number of Taoist priests and perfected ones died here. Some even died inexplicably in the process of seclusion. They did not even know what happened until they died. They might have all been high and mighty people, but in the face of life and death, everything seemed extremely fair. Master, Master. A disciple stumbled into the main hall and saw Yu Lian sitting on a cattail hassock, her mind wandering. Master, elders, I know. Yu Lian sighed softly. If we can help the Path sect survive this calamity, anything is possible. Hearing this, the disciple's eyes reddened. But, of course, he knew what the elders were going to do. The enemy had come to their door, but the sect master could only imprison himself here. The elders had to beg the enemy to show mercy in order to protect the survival of the sect. This was a disgrace. In this vast paradise, There was actually no one who could shoulder the responsibility. The disciple in the Taoist robe could not help but feel his blood boiling. He wanted to immediately become a Star Lord and rush out to eliminate the strong enemies. However, in the next moment, an endless shadow instantly swept the entire main hall. This disciple did not even have the chance to make a sound before his entire body turned into ashes. Chapter 556. Reading. Ji Nan stood in mid-air of the Dongshu heaven and coldly looked at the people below. The shadows were still rapidly invading. Completely destroying the Dongshu heaven was Ji Nan's plan, and he would not easily change it because of other things. He had never cared about others when he did things. After reaching his current realm, there were even fewer people who could affect him. Just as Ji Nan was determined to do things his way, 3 figures slowly floated into mid-air. They were 2 men and 1 woman dressed like Taoists. One of the 2 men was old and the other was young. The young man had red lips and white teeth. He was only as tall as Ji Nan's waist. However, his expression was calm and he did not look like a child. The old man looked like he was on the verge of death. He looked haggard as if he had 1 foot in the coffin. The woman was even weirder. She was clearly dressed like a Taoist nun and her expression was calm and solemn. However, she strangely exuded a seductive aura. This did not seem to be intentional on her part. Instead, it was natural. To be honest, it was rare to see such a Taoist woman in the peaceful Dongshu heaven. The leader of the 3 was the old man. He came in front of Ji Nan and bowed deeply to Ji Nan. "I am Shu Huan. Greetings, Lord. Please be magnanimous." It was rare that Ji Nan did not kill the old man with 1 punch. This was because the old man was holding something in his hand. It was an open scroll with 4 names written on it: Ju Po, Huang Quan Daoist, Shueshan Jusha and Ji Nan. Knowing about the existence of Huang Quan Daoist and being able to list him together with Ju Po and Ji Nan, it was obvious that the Dongshu heaven, as the leader of the heavens, was not ignorant. However, even though he did not make a move, the shadows were still rapidly invading the surroundings. The woman hurriedly said, "Lord, please stop. The Dongshu heaven has countless scrolls that record ancient secrets and," Ji Nan coldly interrupted, "I am not interested in ancient times. What right do those old things that died in the river of time have for me to understand them? Having a long history was never a big deal. How powerful the Dongshu heaven's ancestor was had nothing to do with Ji Nan. If not for the 4 names in Daoist Shu Huan's hand, he would not have given them the chance to speak." His gaze shifted to Shu Huan, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who is Snow Mountain Hermit?" Ji Nan was just asking casually. He didn't care if the other party answered or not. Of course, it would be for the best if he was willing to answer. But if he wasn't willing to answer, he would have to massacre the entire hollowed void heaven to find the answer. Daoist Shu Huan, on the other hand, had a very honest look on his face. He quickly answered, "Hermit Shueshan died 23,000 years ago. His life, knowledge, and expertise are all in the Dongshu heaven. Sir, please follow me to take a look." The childlike Daoist also spoke at this moment. His voice sounded very old, like the hoarseness of a middle-aged man. "As long as Sir is willing to let my grotto void heaven live for a bit, I will let Yu Lian be dealt with by Sir." As he said this, he glanced at the woman beside him. Her sister, Yu Luo, is the same. It was only then that Ji Nan found out that this woman was Yu Lian's sister. However, he had heard that Yu Lian had an older sister. It was just that no one had ever seen her before. When Yu Luo heard this, she could not help but turn her head in shock. Her eyes were still filled with confusion and confusion. Clearly, this was not within the scope of their previous agreement. Ji Nan's gaze paused for a moment. The invasion of the shadow power finally stopped. The sky full of shadows retracted and landed behind Ji Nan. "Take me to see the information on Snow Mountain Hermit," Ji Nan said to Shu Huan. Daoist Shu Huan bowed again, turned around, and led Ji Nan away. In the great hall of the Dao sect, Ji Nan stood in front of a bookshelf that was dozens of stories tall. He was flipping through a scroll in his hand. This was originally the residence of the Dao sect's sect leader. Now that Yu Lian had lost her position, this great hall temporarily belonged to Ji Nan. It was not that he was interested in the Tao sect. It was just that all the information that he wanted was here. After reading a scroll, Ji Yunan casually put it aside. The scroll automatically floated to a certain spot on the bookshelf. Another scroll appeared out of thin air in Ji Yunan's hand. This information was all about Snow Mountain Hermit. Snow Mountain Hermit's surname was Wang. His real name was no longer known. People only knew that he liked to call himself Snow Mountain Hermit. He even called his residence Snow Mountain Residence. He even established a small sect called Snow Mountain Sect. It was this person who had a special liking for Snow Mountain. Yet, he had displayed astonishing foresight at the beginning of his rise. Regardless of whether it was his judgment of the situation or his understanding of the cultivation methods of the various sects, he was far superior to ordinary people. More importantly, he had once made predictions about major events in the heavens and benefited from them. After such behavior happened many times, the Azura heaven started to make a special judgment on him. In Ji Yunan's eyes, this person was clearly the same type of person as Morag. Their actions were too similar. What was special was that this Snow Mountain Hermit did not live until now. He did not even manage to become a planet lord. He died in a small world. This is a shame for all transmigrators. Ji Yunan could not help but shake his head and speak to himself. As he read on, he realized he could not blame Snow Mountain Hermit. It was just that his luck was too bad. When he died, he did not even break the world. He did not even have the right to leave that small world. Yet, he accidentally encountered two visitors from outer space fighting. The two planet lords fought in that small world. The battleground was very close to Snow Mountain Sect. That was how Snow Mountain Hermit died. If he really is a transmigrator and understands history, he should know that he could not have fought against the planet lords. Since that's the case, then why does he insist on staying in the sect and not lie low for the time being? Some doubts arose in Ji Yunan's mind, but then he thought of a possibility. Of course, Shu Huan was next to him and said, although Snow Mountain Hermit died in that battle, his Snow Mountain sect still exists. It still exists today. Is there anything special about it? Ji Yunan asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Shu Huan nodded. There is a building in Snow Mountain sect that has not decayed after 20,000 years. Snow Mountain sect students can go there and receive a special opportunity. No matter what the so-called special opportunity was, the fact that the building was undying for 20,000 years was enough for Ji Yunan to confirm his suspicions. This had to be the power of the original world's origin. Snow Mountain Hermit was so weak that even Ju Po and Huang Quan Taoist did not notice him, but Dongshu Heaven did. Dongshu Heaven did not even know where Ji Yunan and the others came from. They did not even know about the existence of the original world, but they were able to notice the strangeness of these people and the connection between them. This was because Dongshu Heaven was the leader of all the skies. They had a lot of information. After careful analysis, it was not difficult to come to this conclusion. Chapter 557. Read. The Dongshu Heaven might not know what big data was, but that didn't stop them from using it. Their metaphysical technology had enough computing power, and they also had enough methods to collect information. Therefore, analyzing and integrating this information was a matter of course. Ju Po and Huang Quan Taoist might have understood this, but they knew how secretive the original realm was, so they didn't want to leave this part of the work to others. If they wanted to rely on one person to control big data, it was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to do it. Ji Yunan was still looking at information about Shueshan Jusha. Ji Yunan had always been patient with people who were suspected to be transmigrators. He didn't want to miss out on any details. Ji Yunan seemed to be the only one left in the temple. When he finished reading all the information, he found Yu Lian standing in front of him. At this time, Yu Lian wasn't wearing her usual Taoist robe. Instead, she had changed into normal clothes. However, her eyes were calm as usual. Ji Yunan looked at her curiously. It wasn't that he didn't understand what the Dongshu Heaven meant. Whether it was a hostage or a spoil of war, handing over Yu Lian was the inevitable result. What made Ji Yunan curious was that Yu Lian's aura was very weak at the moment. It was far from her usual 14th level realm. She had almost fallen below path integration. This was very strange. Even if the astral boundary was destroyed, the Planet Master's realm wouldn't be affected much. It would just lose the source of power, and it would be more difficult to replenish it. At the same time, the Planet Master who lost the astral boundary couldn't advance any further unless he rebuilt the astral boundary. But the Dongshu heaven was still fine, and Yu Lian was only slightly injured. How could her realm have fallen so much? As if seeing through Ji Yunan's doubts, Yu Lian smiled. The Dongshu heaven has been passed down for many generations, and the astral boundary is still intact. Do you know where the previous Planet Masters went? That was indeed a strange thing. For path integration cultivators, it was almost impossible for the astral boundary to be intact and the Planet Master to fall. This was because to kill a path integration cultivator, they first had to erase their astral boundary, just like how Austin and the others destroyed the Divine Emperor Heaven. Ji Yunan thought about it and said, "Do you hand over the Star Lord every time you can't win?" Yu Lian was slightly stunned and then said speechlessly, "In the past 10,000 years, you are the first person who could force the True Path sect to hand over their sect master." In order to prevent Ji Yunan from making any more strange associations, Yu Lian took the initiative to explain, the Taoist sect has its own unique inheritance. Ever since the founding of the sect, there has never been a Star Master for 100,000 years. As she spoke, she placed one hand on the bookshelf beside her, and a file automatically appeared in her hand under her will. Ji Yunan took the file from Yu Lian's hands and looked down. The rope at the top was actually golden. In the past, this was a top secret, and only the headmaster had access to it. Other than the sect leader who used a special method to open it, no one else could open this golden rope. "You can open it." Ji Yunan looked at Yu Lian and asked as he waved the scroll in his hand. "I'm no longer the sect master of the True Path sect." Yu Lian shook her head. "Oh." Ji Yunan responded, and then he casually pulled, and the golden rope broke with a sound. Yu Lian was already used to this kind of situation, but she still couldn't help but roll her eyes. At the same time, she subconsciously moved away from Ji Yunan. She was no longer the Star Lord of the Dongshu heaven. Maybe Ji Yunan could directly make her body collapse if he touched her. Ji Yunan quickly browsed through the content. This was a personal letter written by one of the True Path sect masters, and this sect master was the founder of the Dongshu heaven. According to history, this sect master should have taken the essence from the heaven when the three realms collapsed. That was how the Dongshu heaven of today was created. If Ji Yunan remembered correctly, his Taoist name should be Miao Shu. Miao Shu was a true genius. He had cultivated to become a saint in less than 300 years. He had even turned the tide when the heavens were in danger, and he had single-handedly created the structure of the heavens. From the destruction of the three realms to the inner world, and then to the inheritance of the Dongshu heaven, he had played a part in everything. However, the content of this personal letter was very strange. First, he described in detail a method of inheritance that could actually pass on the enlightenment of the Tao integration realm. However, the price was that this enlightenment could not last for long. Because of this, every generation of sect master in the Dongshu heaven could not last for more than 100,000 years. Most of them were forced to pass on their position after only 10,000 years. This method seemed to have many flaws, but when one considered the difficulty of Tao integration, it was actually quite superior. It could almost guarantee that there were Tao integration realm cultivators in the astral boundary, unlike some astral boundaries, which would directly fall out of the ranks of Tao integration realm cultivators. After such a long speech, the real content of this personal letter was revealed. It said that this Miao Shu did not have long to live. The person who had injured him was a person that Ji Yunan was very familiar with. It was Ju Po. Ju Po's fate is unpredictable. His fate seems to have appeared out of thin air. He has neither a past nor a future. Descendants must be careful. These were Miao Shu's original words. Ji Yunan was very clear about how Ju Po had come about. The history gradually formed a line in his mind. He had thought that it would end here. However, he did not expect that at the end of the personal letter, Miao Shu would leave such a sentence after a series of emotional sighs. The loss of the land is indeed an outlier. I regret not listening to junior brother's word. Ji Yunan raised his head, looked at Yu Lian, and asked, "Who is this junior brother that he is talking about? You know him?" Yu Lian seemed to have been relieved of a burden. She fiddled with her hair with a relaxed expression. "Back then, I left the Tao sect because of Ju Po. My martial granduncle was the Yin-Yang Daoist, who is the current Lu Wen." A strange look appeared in Ji Yunan's eyes. As if he had understood something, he suddenly closed the file in his hand. "Bring me to the small dimension where Snow Mountain practitioner lives." In a small dimension, Ji Yunan and Yu Lian walked side by side. They arrived at a barren mountain. This used to be the base of the Snow Mountain sect. Of course, it was still the same now. However, the current Snow Mountain sect only had a few kittens and puppies left. It had fallen to the extreme. However, although there were few disciples in the Snow Mountain sect, there were many people who came to sightsee. In fact, the sect's survival was largely due to the entrance fee. A strange building that was still intact after 20,000 years was very attractive to many cultivators. There were even some who specially joined the Snow Mountain sect just to seek a fortuitous encounter. What is the fortuitous encounter that the building gives? Ji Yunan asked casually. Chapter 558. Read. The strange building of the Snow Mountain sect was indeed a famous scenic spot, attracting many people to come and view it. However, even though it had such a strange building, it had not developed into a large sect in the past 20,000 years, nor had it been coveted by large sects. The problem was obvious. To put it bluntly, most of the things given by the building were not of high quality. There were very few that had reached the transcendent level, and only 3 people could use it every day. Not many people were interested in it. On the other hand, the territory of the Snow Mountain sect was extremely remote. There were no resources that could be excavated, so the large sects had no interest in it. "Looks like we can't move this building," Ji Yunan said calmly as he stood in front of the so-called Hall of Chance. Because the concept of chance was too deeply rooted in people's hearts, the Snow Mountain sect named this side hall the Hall of Chance. "Of course," Yu Lian said with a faint smile. "With the power of the people in this small world, they can't even destroy it." The two of them chatted as if there was no one else around. Occasionally, some tourists would pass by, but they acted as if they didn't see them at all, walking straight past them. Ji Yunan slowly walked into the Hall of Chance and saw a huge statue of a Tao venerable in the center. There were also 3 prayer mats below it. 2 of them had already been turned over, and a person was respectfully worshipping on the last one. After kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times, a secret manual was placed in front of him. This person ran out ecstatically and kept showing off to his senior and junior brothers. Among the chances given by the Hall of Chance, cultivation techniques were usually the most valuable. Ji Yunan saw this and shook his head lightly. He said to Yu Lian, "Let's go." "You've finished reading?" This time, it was Yu Lian's turn to be curious. In fact, this was not the first time she had come to see this, but she couldn't tell what was so special about the entire process. In fact, this was just the creation process of the rules of the world. Perhaps someone had used some special method to attract a small portion of the world's origin and randomly created these small things. It could be a formation, or it could be some kind of treasure, but none of this could surprise the mighty planet master of the cavernous void heaven. Ji Yunan just shook his head and didn't say anything. He knew far better than Yu Lian what this meant. The source of the world used for creation was unfamiliar to Yu Lian, but Ji Yunan was very familiar with it. It was the source of the original realm, number 059812. This Snow Mountain householder was also from the original realm. However, the power he obtained from the original realm was clearly in the form of a clan. It was also because of this that when the 2 Star Lords fought, he had no choice but to stay in the sect, and in the end, he was unfortunately affected. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't want to run, but if the sect couldn't survive, it would be useless even if he ran. Ji Yunan sat in front of his desk. On the desk was a piece of paper with a row of names written from top to bottom. Ju Po, Duality Daoist; Ling, Netherworld Daoist; Shueshan Jusha; Lu Wen, Ji Yunan, and Morag. This was the result of all the people who were currently related to the original realm in chronological order. It could be said that the appearance of Shueshan-Jusha and duality Daoist had truly filled in the gaps in time. After doing this, Ji Yunan drew a connecting red line between the names Shueshan-Jusha and Lu Wen. If one looked at the timeline again, they would discover something very interesting. Every time a name appeared, it was when the previous person was about to complete the final transformation. Shueshan-Jusha appeared before Ju Po took over the original realm, but there wasn't much time left. He couldn't stop it at all. He even risked going to his senior brother to advise him, but his senior brother, Miaoshu Taoist, didn't believe him. Ling's life was unknown, and Netherworld Daoist also appeared before Ling completely disappeared. Shueshan-Jusha was born before Netherworld Daoist advanced to path integration. When it came to Lu Wen, there was a slight gap. Because of an accident, Shueshan-Jusha unfortunately died before he could succeed, so he could only be ignored. But then this pattern appeared again. Within a mere 100 years after Ji Yunan's debut, Lu Wen completed his awakening and regained the two laws of time and space. And just when Ji Yunan was about to destroy the world, Morag appeared with a segment of history. As the transmigrators were found one by one, the pattern of visitors from the original realm seemed to gradually appear in front of Ji Yunan. Of course, this was not without contradictions. For example, according to the information he had previously learned, Lu Wen should have been brought out by Netherworld Daoist, but he was actually in the quota of the original realm. Another example was that Netherworld Daoist claimed to have seen the history of Ju Po, but according to the pattern, it should have been Shueshan-Jusha who had seen this part of history. Netherworld is lying. Ji Yunan gently placed his pen on the table. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, Lu Wen's past life and current life may have long been in contact with Netherworld. Ji Yunan didn't think it was a big deal that Netherworld was hiding some things from him. For someone like him who had stayed in the gap between the two realms for tens of thousands of years, if he told him everything, that would be very stupid. Ji Yunan never believed in information that was easily obtained from the mouths of others. He only believed in the things that he found out bit by bit. If these things had also been tampered with, then he could only blame himself for not being smart enough and had no one else to blame. He retracted his gaze from the table. The paper was instantly burned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Ji Yunan's figure appeared at the edge of the heavenly worlds and began to head towards the world of gods. He had already grasped all the information that he needed to know. Next, he just had to deal with the few lords. It just so happened that he wanted to try and see if he still had any sin points after killing a god. As for the grotto void heaven, it had to be said that the Path sect had been able to stand for hundreds of thousands of years without falling. They did not rely solely on power. With the information that they had handed over and the usefulness they had shown in the matter of Snow Mountain Practitioner, the Path sect had given Ji Yunan a reason to let them go. With such a sect that monitored the world, who knew, they might be able to discover things that he had not noticed. Of course, if Ji Yunan had to choose between intelligence and power, he would definitely choose the latter. If he could kill an enemy with a single punch, why would he need a brain? The world of gods. Within the Holy Light Kingdom, the remaining 5 lords of the world of gods were gathered together. Even Daisy and Bayer had stepped into this god kingdom that they would never have entered in the past. It could only be said that in the face of the threat of the evil god, the battle between the two god systems had become meaningless. The evil god is no longer something that we can resist. Austin sighed softly. His laws and power, we can't threaten him at all. Is there no other way? Daisy's face was still a little pale. The injury that Ji Yunan had inflicted on her was so severe that it had almost hurt her life force. Austin was silent for a long time. Finally, he turned his gaze to the person beside him. One last way. All our hopes are on you. The person he was staring at was the Lord of War, Eugene. Chapter 559. Read. Eugene stood in the void, watching the god kingdom crumble before his very eyes. He could not help but feel a sense of reluctance. This was his god kingdom. That's right, the war god kingdom that Ji Yunan did not manage to destroy in time was personally disbanded by Eugene, who then destroyed it. As the master of the god kingdom, when Eugene decided to destroy the god kingdom, he was more efficient than anyone else. In the blink of an eye, the war god kingdom had been completely destroyed in the void, the entire plane collapsing. If he had a choice, Eugene would not want to do this, but as Austin had said, this was their only chance. If they could kill the evil god, all sacrifices would be worth it. When Gu Nan arrived at the Pantheon world, he quickly discovered the strangeness of this place. The Pantheon world was a place he was very familiar with, so he immediately noticed something was wrong the moment he arrived. The laws of the entire world seemed to be overlapping. If he looked closely, he could see that the overlapping parts were light and darkness. Gu Nan's gaze landed on the void. He saw that the holy light divine kingdom and the darkness divine kingdom were slowly merging together in a strange way. At the border of the two god kingdoms, a pale golden scale floated slowly. Austin and Daisy stood at the two ends, guiding the two god kingdoms to connect. A sudden sense of danger rose in Gu Nan's heart. With his current realm, he had a strong premonition for danger. Clearly, what these two were doing was enough to threaten him. Run, or stop them in time. The moment this thought arose in Gu Nan's mind, his instincts immediately gave him the answer. He had to stop them. If he delayed any longer, Gu Nan might not have the chance to enter the Pantheon world. More importantly, with his current strength, there was no need for him to be overcautious. Gu Nan took a step forward, his figure instantly landing in front of Austin and Daisy, his fist already smashing down on the golden scale. This was his straightforward punch, without changing his moves, without any cover. His target was written all over their faces. However, neither Austin nor Daisy could do anything about this punch. Be it nomological laws or divine bodies, they had no way of blocking this punch. No one could stop him. That was why he was invincible. The fist smashed heavily on the golden scale. This embodiment of the law of justice was not affected by the rules of inertia, mechanics, motion, and so on. Despite being hit by such a punch, it still stood steadily in the void. Gu Nan only felt as if he had smashed into the void. There was clearly a real sensation of touch, but there was no reaction at all. It was extremely strange. However, Gu Nan was not discouraged at all. A sinister smile appeared on his face as his fists rained down on the golden scales. Each punch was enough to shatter the void. In fact, there were no longer any laws around the scales of justice. Only justice was left struggling to hold on. Cracks began to appear on the base of the scale, and golden liquid even flowed out from the cracks. It was as if the scale was a living thing. Austin watched all of this coldly, but the process of connecting the two divine kingdoms sped up a bit. While Gu Nan was punching, his law of shadows was not idle. Endless shadows directly squeezed into the center of the two worlds, frantically devouring the surrounding light and darkness. Given Gu Nan's current nomological powers, be it holy light or darkness, they could only seek self-preservation in the face of shadows. They had no way of retaliating at all. However, Austin and Daisy did not care about this at all. They only focused on merging the two divine kingdoms. After all, Gu Nan had come alone. Even if he was already half a third transformation, it was still impossible for him to compete with two divine kingdoms in terms of the total number of laws. Therefore, the matter of the shadows splitting the divine kingdoms was just a casual action by Gu Nan. His ultimate goal was to completely destroy the scales of justice in the shortest time possible. Crack! Another punch landed, and the left arm of the golden scale finally broke. Austin, who was standing there, shrank and almost fell into the void. Therefore, Austin sighed softly. I still can't wait until it's completely completed, but it's enough. Daisy's expression was solemn. There was no change in her expression at all. She only slowly raised an arm. In her hand, the divine kingdom's origin, which represented the ultimate law of darkness, was rapidly falling into the holy light divine kingdom. At the same time, Austin did the same thing. In the past, it would have been unimaginable to hand over one's origin to a mortal enemy whose laws were the opposite of one's. However, at this moment, with the help of the scales of justice, light and darkness completed a true exchange for the first time. As light and darkness merged, the golden scale suddenly exploded. Austin and Daisy's figures disappeared at the same time, merging into the two divine kingdoms. Ji Nan looked up and frowned slightly. This was because he saw that the two divine kingdoms were already riddled with holes. Shockingly, the two of them had destroyed them of their own accord. Once the extremely unstable divine kingdoms lost the restraint of the two of them, countless nomological laws exploded in the void. However, such a disorderly explosion of nomological laws clearly could not harm Ji Nan. These nomological laws did not really leak out, either. Instead, they were all absorbed into the center. The exploding golden scale formed a vortex that seemed to be sucking in all forces. Meanwhile, Ji Nan simply stood by the side and watched indifferently. He had a feeling that Austin's arrangements were complete. No matter where he went, the golden vortex would definitely land on him. Since that was the case, he might as well see what they were up to. Countless light and darkness converged. The golden light in the void shone to its peak, and then suddenly retracted, turning into a small scale that directly imprinted on Ji Nan's chest. Ji Nan lowered his head to take a look. This scale had clearly penetrated his shadow law and his body, and was directly imprinted on his spirit. The final means that Austin and Daisy had almost paid with their lives was clearly not so simple. Speaking of which, in the history that Morag knew, he had also been sealed by them at the cost of their lives. So, this was the seal? Ji Nan casually used a shadow blade to cut off the flesh on his chest, and the scale imprint landed in his hand. However, he knew that this was just the surface. The imprint hidden deep in his spirit was far from being so easily removed. However, the mass of flesh in Ji Nan's hand actually underwent a strange change at this moment. It gradually faded until it completely disappeared from Ji Nan's hand. At the same time, Ji Nan felt that he seemed to have become a little lighter. It was a strange feeling, as if he was a little further away from this world. Thus, he began to understand what Austin and Daisy had done. Chapter 560. Reading. Truth was a type of divine art. The more majestic the laws and the more devout the worshippers were, the more they liked to teach this divine art. Austin's holy light worshippers were very good at truth, so in the game, Ji Nan had seen the power of truth more than once. If one were to look deeper into the theory, truth was a type of karma spell. When the user wanted to complete something, they would pay enough power to the world, far exceeding the task itself, and then leave the completion process to the world. In this process, the excess power was actually used for transformation, just handing over what one could not do to the omnipotent laws of the world. The exile truth was a classic example. The spellcaster paid a huge amount of power to exile a powerful enemy into a different dimension, making it impossible for them to return. The exile of mortals was just throwing them into another plane. In the world of gods, non-gods could not travel between planes, so naturally, they could not return. At the level of gods, there was also the effect of a space cage. The spellcaster would be restrained by the power, and would only have a chance to leave when the power paid was used up. At the level of gods. To be precise, it was at the cost of the lives of the light and darkness main gods. No one in history had ever seen an exile divine art released in this way. Ji Nan could clearly sense that the process of being banished was continuing without end, and he was being pulled into an unknown territory. If he waited for the exile to complete, he might disappear from this place completely, and go to a place where he could not return. As for where he would end up, Austin himself probably did not know. The specialty of truth was that it only cared about the result, and left the process to the world. Interesting. Ji Nan felt his power constantly turning incorporeal, but he was not worried. The art of truth wasn't invincible in the end, and if one wanted to trap Ji Nan, then one would first have to possess an immeasurable amount of strength. And Ji Nan could wait for the truth to complete, and then use his fist to smash the cage open. Is this the so-called seal? Ji Nan thought of himself in the history. In the end, they all disappeared. Seal or exile, it was almost the same. However, what Ji Nan could be sure of was that the evil god in the history had not reached the third transformation level. After all, the reason why Ji Nan was able to complete his third-class advancement was because he had found the source serial number on Morag. In the original history, there was no such person as Morag. The original realm's prediction of history was likely to be discontinuous. Whenever the previous period of history was about to end, a new prediction would appear. The two divine kingdoms had collapsed. Austin and Boswell had sacrificed themselves, but Bayer and Boswell had already disappeared without a trace. Even Eugene had disappeared. The Lord of War destroyed his own kingdom and erased all traces of himself from the world. This way, not even Ji Yunan could find him. However, Ji Yunan didn't care about this. What he wanted was to control two worlds, not Eugene's life and death. However, there was another discovery that made Ji Yunan a little worried. After a simple test, Ji Yunan found that killing gods did not seem to give him any sin points. Just as Ji Yunan had expected, the sin value was actually a product of the evil divine temple. Originally, the evil divine temple was under his control, so he could use the sin value to strengthen himself. Now that the evil divine temple was gone, he could no longer benefit from killing gods. Even though Ji Yunan could be considered invincible now, he had seen someone who had reached the third transformation realm. He wanted to see if there was a way to reach that stage. If I can't take the final step, then I'll put it aside for now. Ji Yunan quickly made a decision. The banishment will take effect in 2 months at most. I'll take advantage of this time to finish what I need to set up. Conquering the Pantheon world went smoother than Ji Yunan had expected. Only the banishment divine spell was a little unexpected. However, Austin had no other choice. He could only use the truth spell to bypass Ji Yunan's super strong defense in order to banish the evil god. Now that the Pantheon world no longer had a main god, even if he hid in the dark, he would not dare to show his face. It was completely up to the heavenly realm to rule. After Ji Yunan returned to the heavenly realm, he did not hesitate to order the various astral lords to launch a large-scale invasion. He wanted to completely control the Pantheon world. The Hunt God Handbook version 2.0 was also launched. It instantly became a nightmare for the gods, and large numbers of gods were brutally massacred. Because of the godhood's nurturing effect on world breakers, it became a delicious cake in the eyes of the astral lords. This was especially true for some high-level gods, who rarely died on the battlefield. Under Ji Yunan's instructions, even the fusing gods participated in the battle. Even though most of the fusing gods' astral realms had not been completely rebuilt, their own strength was more than enough to deal with those below the fusing gods. The gods were hunted down and executed in large numbers. Their godhood became the spoils of war for the astral lords. Some weaker gods were even imprisoned and became the enemy's playthings. The Pantheon world experienced all the treatment that a land ruled by violence should receive. However, Ji Yunan was indifferent to all of this. All he wanted was to control both worlds. In the laboratory, Ji Yunan looked calmly at Morag and Zero. The two of them were each placed in a cultivation chamber. A specific ratio of the world's origins was used as a cultivation fluid, and they were being replaced batch by batch as if it cost nothing. This method was actually quite extravagant. Back when Ji Yunan was still a rank 4 or 5, he had to go to the astral gate to complete a mission just for a small handful of world's origins. Now, for the sake of these two's absorption efficiency, they did not wait for the world's origins to be fully absorbed before swapping them out. Instead, they were using the world's origins as cheap cultivation fluid. This was extremely extravagant. However, Ji Yunan did not care. Now that there were so many planes in the heavenly realm, all the origins were free for him to use. He only needed to convert them into a specific ratio for the original realm. How's the situation? Ji Yunan walked to the workbench in the laboratory and asked the researcher who was stationed here. The researcher hurriedly handed the observation report to Ji Yunan and reported the recent situation. However, in reality, the progress here was not fast. One could even say that there was no progress at all. Morag was doing slightly better. As the world's origins continued to be poured into him, the level of his skills continued to increase. However, Zero was different. The boundary of fusing gods was too important. Even her system was very inefficient in this regard. This was the result of countless worlds' origins being poured into her. The similarity between the two was that neither could be completed within 2 months. Ji Yunan could not see the results before he left. Then we'll talk about it after I return. Ji Yunan shook his head lightly and disappeared from the laboratory. Chapter 561. Read. Daoist Netherworld disappeared. Just like when he appeared, he disappeared from the world inexplicably, as if he had never existed. Of course, he did not accurately predict the time of Ji Yunan's arrival. He had probably already left this place and had no intention of meeting Ji Yunan. Ji Yunan patrolled around the original realm and confirmed that there was no trace of Daoist Netherworld. He could not help but frown and say, he can't know that Dongshu Heaven has collected so much information, so why did he run away? However, although he did not know why Daoist Netherworld ran away, the fact that the other party avoided him showed that he was not confident in his own strength. Daoist Netherworld knew that if they met, he would probably die at the hands of Ji Yunan. This was the reason why he ran away. However, the timing of his escape was indeed exquisite. If a path integration cultivator was determined to hide, even Ji Yunan would find it difficult to find him. He was not like the main gods in the divine war. There was a large amount of aura left in the destroyed divine kingdom, which could be traced by Ji Yunan to the original body. For someone like Eugene, who destroyed the divine kingdom with his own hands without leaving a trace, and then hid in a small plane, it would undoubtedly be difficult to find him. Daoist Netherworld did not even have an astral realm, so his hiding would undoubtedly be even more secretive. Ji Yunan confirmed that Daoist Netherworld was not nearby and could not help but frown. He then returned to the heavenly worlds and ordered them to carry out a comprehensive search. The target of the search expanded from Fu Cheng to Daoist Netherworld. Is Daoist Netherworld really still alive? Yu Lian sat calmly beside Ji Yunan and helped him write down the prophecy that was about to be issued. Although he had already controlled the two major worlds, Ji Yunan had never liked to do things on the surface. Therefore, Dongshu Heaven was in charge on his behalf, and all orders were issued through the Path sect. As for his own divine kingdom, it was still developing steadily and was not affected by the twists and turns of the outside world. Yu Lian, the former Path sect leader, seemed to have become Ji Yunan's personal scribe. Whenever Ji Yunan had any requests, she needed to fulfill them through various administrative means. When it came to handling practical matters, even 100 Ji Yunans couldn't compare to Yu Lian's. Even the cabinet in his god kingdom couldn't compare. After all, Ji Yunan's god nation was only so big. Regardless of whether it was the matters he had to deal with or the enemies he had to deal with, it was far from being comparable to the paradise. As the leader of the heavens, the Dongshu Heaven could influence more than 80% of the worlds in the universe. This was already a terrifying number. In a time of such urgency, Ji Yunan would certainly adopt the most efficient method. Alive. Ji Yunan didn't intend to hide it and nodded. Not only did he want to announce Netherworld Taoist's life and death, but he also wanted to integrate his appearance, breath, habits, and other information as the basis for his subordinates to search. Ji Yunan had already mastered some of these materials, and some of them came from the dossiers of the Dongshu Heaven. This colossus that had ruled the universe for several epochs indeed had its own unique points. Under Ji Yunan's order, all the major forces were mobilized, and a large amount of manpower and material resources were put into the search. However, this operation obviously wouldn't be effective in a short period of time. Whether or not Fu Cheng had come to the two great worlds and which corner she was in, no one knew. However, it would be difficult to find her quickly. Needless to say, Netherworld Taoist was even more difficult. With the means of a dignified path-fusing practitioner, this was destined to be a long and drawn-out task. Of course, the only information Ji Yunan kept about Netherworld Taoist was that he had already advanced to the path-fusing realm. If people knew that he had quietly integrated the path, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't think that he was outside the two worlds. Ji Yunan didn't want the original realm to be exposed. As time passed, Ji Yunan stayed in the main hall of the Path sect. Occasionally, he flipped through the materials on the bookshelves, but most of the time, he was doing experiments. He was doing a comprehensive test of his current state, analyzing and recording everything from the nature of the nomological laws to the various powers of his body. Of course, this also included the mark of life and death. It seemed that because the caster had disappeared, the power of the mark of life and death was gradually fading. Under the erosion of the body of the evil god, Even the structure of the mark was beginning to become unstable. This mark, which the gods had once placed high hopes on, had been staked with the entire divine kingdom of Baya. In the end, it was ruined because of Ji Yunan's unexpected third transformation. Now, Austin and Daisy had no choice but to pay with their lives and place their hopes on the banishing divine art. It had to be said that the power of the banishing divine art was indeed continuing to take effect. As 2 months passed, Ji Yunan's body had faded to the point that it was almost illusory, almost incorporeal. It could be said that the current Ji Yunan's power was already very weak. His current punch was far from the point of breaking the rules. It was probably about the same as when he had not completed the second transformation. And such power was still rapidly weakening. Of course, on the other hand, Ji Yunan had never been as safe as he was now. His influence on the outside world had been weakened, but it was the same the other way around. If the outside world wanted to affect him, they would have to put in tens of thousands of times more effort. And with Ji Yunan's strength, it was almost impossible for them to hurt him. Yu Lian had personally witnessed the entire process of the banishing divine art. Moreover, as Ji Yunan had been carrying out his experiments at an unhurried pace, she was especially sensitive to the weakening of Ji Yunan's data. She did not have too many questions. After all, she was a character who had once stood at the peak of the world. She had a clear understanding of such an obvious principle. In Yu Lian's eyes, Ji Yunan seemed to be continuously moving his main body to a specific place. It was just that Yu Lian did not understand why this process was so difficult. On this day, Ji Yunan did not do anything, which was rare. He merely sat quietly in the Daoist hall, waiting for the banishing divine art to be completed. He was already very, very far away from this world. He was so far away that if his power wished to descend here, he could only display an extremely weak portion of its effects. However, just then, a piece of news appeared on the table in the Daoist hall. Yu Lian, who had been standing behind Ji Yunan, was slightly stunned. She quickly picked up the piece of news and handed it to Ji Yunan. In the last few days, Ji Yunan had started to have difficulty even coming into contact with the real thing. If Ji Yunan were to take it himself, his hand might just pass through the piece of paper. Of course, Yu Lian had her own selfish motives. For a piece of news to suddenly arrive at such a critical moment, Yu Lian could not believe that it was a coincidence. Therefore, she really wanted to see what was written inside. Therefore, she saw that the information on the piece of paper was very simple. It could even be summarized in one sentence. Chapter 562. Yu Lian stared blankly at this sentence. After a while, she turned back to look at Ji Yunan. She suddenly felt that even though she was once the master of the Dongshu heaven, there were still many things in this world that she did not understand. Daoist Netherworld was actually a Dao integration cultivator, and Ji Yunan had taken Zero away to keep her in a secret laboratory. Now, she had been taken away by Daoist Netherworld. What did he want Zero for? What secrets did Zero have? What was the connection between Ju Po, Netherworld, and Ji Yunan? These thoughts only flashed past her mind. Then, she shook her head and laughed. No matter what the answer was, it had nothing to do with her. She was now just a prisoner. I don't have much time left. Ji Yunan looked away from the information and looked at Yu Lian. I'll return the Dongshu heaven to you. Help me block Ju Po and Lu Wen. Yu Lian suddenly looked up and saw that Ji Yunan had already placed a Taoist crown in front of her. With Ji Yunan's current strength, it was impossible for him to do this. This meant that he had already prepared for this, he had expected this. Yu Lian struggled to look away from the Taoist crown. The position of sect master is decided by the path sect. You know, the protective force on it is not worth mentioning to me. Ji Yunan curled his lips disdainfully and said, take it, and you will be the only Dongshu Heaven Starlord in the future. Yu Lian gritted her teeth. She knew that Ji Yunan was implying that the inheritance had been destroyed. Even if he did not take it, he would at most give the position to someone else. Yu Lian was silent for a while. Why me? You have seen my power, so you do not dare to betray me, Ji Yunan said with a smile. I will be back. When Ji Yunan opened his eyes again, he was already in a strange star region. The power of the banishing divine technique had gradually pulled his body out of the main world. Only when the process was complete did he truly arrive in this new place. But it was not really new, because this was actually a place that Ji Yunan was very familiar with, the original realm. The power of exile eventually sent Ji Yunan to the interior of the original realm. It wasn't that Ji Yunan hadn't considered this point, so he wasn't too surprised. After all, if there was any place in this world that could trap Ji Yunan, it could only be the original realm. Ji Yunan's original plan was to try and see if he could enter the original realm and then break the bit wall of the original realm from the inside out. But before Ji Yunan could respond, he found that the bit wall was automatically extending and gradually covering his body. This scene was just like when Fu Cheng was taken away, but this time the bit wall was not to take her away, but to imprison her. This was the after effect of the banishment, an attempt to trap Ji Yunan as much as possible. Ji Yunan's eyes moved slightly, the third-rank shadow law gathered on his fist, and he heavily punched the entangled bit wall. A silent loud noise vibrated from the void. In the face of Ji Yunan's third-rank punch, the bit wall of the original realm finally reacted. The bit wall seemed to be hit by a huge force, and the whole thing was constantly shaking, and even the vibration was constantly spreading outward. There's a chance. Ji Yunan's spirit was lifted, and he finally saw the effect. He immediately punched a few more times and continued to bombard the same point of the bit wall. The bit wall knew how to extend itself, and it obviously had a stress response, but it was still too early to say that it had spiritual wisdom, so it could only let Ji Yunan attack it. As Ji Yunan's attacks continued, the vibrations of the bit wall were constantly intensifying, but for the time being, there was no sign that it couldn't withstand it. Ji Yunan was not in a hurry. He was not short of time now. Even if he had to stay here for 10 or 20 years, it didn't matter. But before he disappeared, the inexplicable behavior of Daoist Netherworld made Ji Yunan think of something. This mysterious guy, perhaps his understanding of the original realm was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. In terms of acting skills, the characters of this level would not lose to anyone. Time passed day by day, and Ji Yunan persisted in destroying the bit wall. His progress was slow but steady. But in the outside world, everything was happening. In the world of heavens, Daoist Netherworld stood in front of Ju Po, and the faint smile on his face was the same as in the past. The two seemed to have returned to the time when they parted ways. Ju Po chose to stay in the world of heavens, so he became the most powerful Star Lord in the heavens. Daoist Netherworld chose to search for the original realm, and he did find it. Until this day, he finally returned here because he had enough confidence to face Ju Po. Ju Po stood in his own astral boundary, and the endless power of the 9 serenities pressed down on the opposite side, while Daoist Netherworld stood in mid-air, undergoing the baptism of the 9 serenities. Even his Taoist robe was not affected, and all the power was isolated outside, unable to hurt him at all. This is the power of the original realm? Ju Po's face was expressionless as he looked at Daoist Netherworld. That's right. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Ji Yunan. He actually found the origin of the original realm and discovered Zero's secret. When Daoist Netherworld said this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. And now, he stopped laughing, and his expression became calm again. All of this has benefited me. People who come from the original realm all have some inexplicable abilities, but we haven't been able to unlock them. Ju Po looked at his smile and said thoughtfully, "Not us." Daoist Netherworld shook his head and said, "I am the first person with an ability, but you just don't know." A strange look appeared in Ju Po's eyes, but then he smiled and said, "No one has discovered it for so many years." "You really hid it well." Daoist Netherworld sneered at Ju Po and said, "Do you want to know why? Because my ability is to devour." Yu Lian wore a crown on her head, and she sat in the Dongshu Palace with a cold expression. Below her were the higher-ups of the Path sect. Daoist Netherworld appeared in Ju Po Heaven, and it is suspected that he fought with Ju Po. Then, both of them disappeared. "What I want is the result," Yu Lian interrupted her subordinate. The Daoist paused for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "The result is unknown." Yu Lian fell silent, and so did the entire palace. After a long time, she said, "What did Ji Yunan find in his laboratory?" They were using the world's origin to train 2 people. We found the remaining experimental records, the Daoist said as he handed over the records. But when he said this, his expression was very strange. Yu Lian quickly understood why this person had such a strange expression. It was because the contents of the records were too shocking. It was such an important piece of information, yet they didn't even have the intention of concealing it, and just wrote it so openly. The original realm. This was the first time Yu Lian had heard of this term. After a moment, she slowly stood up. Sect leader. I need to go out for a while. Chapter 563. In Jopa Heaven, Daoist Netherworld leisurely stepped into the place. Ju Po, who was in front of him, looked a little pale. It turns out that you really don't have an awakened ability. How disappointing. Daoist Netherworld shook his head regretfully and looked down at Ju Po. He obtained the experimental data from Ji Yunan's laboratory. He was shocked that the origin of the original realm came this way, but at the same time, he was excited about it. Most of the travelers from the original realm had special abilities. Ju Po knew this. He even knew that these abilities were driven by some kind of power. It was just that before Ji Yunan, Daoist Netherworld never knew that this driving force turned out to be the special origin of the original realm. But Ji Yunan guessed wrong about one thing. It was not that Zero did not know that she had a system. In fact, she turned on the system when she first traveled, but the system ran out of power. Every traveler brought a part of the origin with them when they left the original realm. This was the original power to activate the golden finger. However, some people could be self-sufficient, such as Ji Yunan and Morag. Others could only use it and could not replenish it, such as Zero and Daoist Netherworld. Zero relied on the system to rise and eventually fell because she lost the system. Daoist Netherworld was much more cautious than her. Devour. Ju Po watched as the power of the 9 serenities was devoured bit by bit, while Daoist Netherworld's aura gradually grew stronger. Ju Po was sure that this power did not come from what Daoist Netherworld had learned, nor was it any power he knew. As a large number of rules were devoured into his body, Daoist Netherworld's power was rising steadily. In the blink of an eye, he was approaching the 14th level. And he stood directly in Jopa Heaven, making it impossible for Ju Po to withdraw his power even if he wanted to. He could only watch as his power skyrocketed. Not bad. With the skyrocketing power, it also seemed to affect Daoist Netherworld's mentality, making him not as calm as before. You really have to thank Ji Yunan. If it weren't for him, how could I devour so unscrupulously? Feeling that the rules of the 9 serenities were constantly being assimilated by him, the sense of fullness of power made Daoist Netherworld swell up. At the same time, he could no longer hide the pride in his heart. He indeed had the right to be proud because he knew that he was destined to be the final winner. Ji Yunan had been sent to the original realm, and everything he had done had benefited Yi Futian, including the secret of the original realm's source. No wonder Ji Yunan had grown so quickly. He had discovered this secret long ago. If he had enough origin of the original realm, his growth would not be much slower. Ever since Daoist Huang Quan made his debut, he had only dared to use his ability carefully. Even in the later stages, he didn't dare to devour a suitable target, for fear that he would use up the number of times and meet a better target in the future. But such a frugal life, when he became a great Star Lord, he still used up all the source power he carried with him. Therefore, he resolutely gave up the path of cultivation in the astral realm and even parted ways with the 9 spirits. He stayed in the original realm for tens of thousands of years just to find a way to replenish his power. When Zero appeared, Daoist Netherworld noticed her immediately. Unfortunately, Zero's origin was also limited. More importantly, when the heavens had just collapsed, the cultivator's understanding of the world's origin was still very shallow. Daoist Netherworld was the same. He did not know what the origin was. Later, Shueshan Jusha died too early, and Ji Yunan did not show any familiarity with history, so Daoist Netherworld missed him until Morag appeared. Perhaps fate had tricked him for so many years. After Morag was taken away by Ji Yunan, Daoist Netherworld's luck finally changed. Not only did he take advantage of Ji Yunan, but he also found a way to replenish his power. Coincidentally, Ji Yunan was trapped in the original realm, giving him a chance to turn the tables. Wait until I devour Ju Po and all the fusing cultivators. Let's see who is stronger. Daoist Netherworld's eyes were clouded. He was a witness of Ji Yunan's battle with the main gods, so he knew about the mark of life and death, the banishing divine spell, and how strong Ji Yunan was. But now that he had the ability to devour infinitely, he had enough confidence. What's more, he also had Ji Yunan's biggest weakness, a man-made weakness, the original realm. Ji Yunan's fists were still waving tirelessly, and cracks had begun to appear on the bit wall. His progress seemed to be faster than he thought. If nothing went wrong, he would have at most 2 more days to smash a hole in the original realm. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. To be precise, it appeared in the perception of his spiritual soul. The two of them were face to face, but they could not see each other. Because between them was the strongest bit wall in the world, the original realm bit wall. Lu Wen. Ji Yunan's hands did not stop moving, but his consciousness looked in that direction. The person who came was Lu Wen. In this world, besides Ji Yunan and Daoist Netherworld, the only one who might know the location of the original realm could only be Lu Wen. Even Daoist Netherworld did not know the ins and outs of this person who had entered and left the original realm twice. But Ji Yunan knew that Lu Wen's previous incarnation, the Yin-Yang Daoist, was originally a visitor from the original realm. Later, he reincarnated into the civilizations of the stars, and was later taken away by Daoist Netherworld. It was precisely because of this that Lu Wen said that becoming a saint is self-entrapment, while Daoist Netherworld knew nothing about it. Daoist Netherworld's ability is to devour. Lu Wen's voice came slowly, and there was a strong sense of regret in it. He devoured Zero's system, and now he is looking for the 9 spirits. Only you can stop him. Although Ji Yunan was still waving his fists, his expression was slightly startled. Daoist Netherworld's ability was to devour. When he heard this news, he immediately understood the whole story. No wonder he was willing to stay near the original realm for so many years. No wonder Lu Wen would come to find him at this time. Presumably, the most helpless person right now was Lu Wen. If Ji Yunan, Daoist Netherworld, and Lu Wen were on the same track, then Lu Wen would undoubtedly be close to the finish line, but he would not be able to catch up to the person in front of him. Cultivation was like a race. The first person to reach the finish line would win everything. He could even block the way to the finish line, preventing those who came after him from having the chance to take that step. Transmigrators like Ji Yunan and Daoist Netherworld possessed special powers from the original realm. They could undoubtedly run faster than others, and had a higher chance of becoming first. But Ju Po, who had the advantage of starting first, had voluntarily retreated. Daoist Netherworld, Zero, and the others had exhausted their source, which ultimately led to this situation. His ability is to devour. If he wins, none of you will survive, right? Ji Yunan glanced at Lu Wen. Even though he could not see the other's face, he smiled and said, "That's right." Lu Wen exhaled heavily. If not for that, he would not have forced us all to your side. Chapter 564. Before Ji Yunan left, he had a premonition that once he disappeared, Ju Po and Daoist Huang Quan would join forces to deal with his god nation. He did not expect that because of the existence of the devouring ability, Daoist Huang Quan would be left alone. Thinking about it, it was normal. Who would be willing to work with someone who could devour them at any time to increase their strength? Unless forced, everyone would make the other choice. In comparison, although Ji Yunan's actions were brutal, he had no motive to kill. It was better than being devoured. But with Lu Wen's arrival, he had completely withdrawn from the final competition. If Ju Po was unfortunately devoured by Daoist Huang Quan, then only Ji Yunan and Huang Quan would have the right to be the final competition. You gave him a chance, Lu Wen said seriously. If Ji Yunan had not discovered the secret of the source, Daoist Huang Quan would not have had the chance. Ji Yunan smiled, "It doesn't matter. Speaking of which, what is your ability?" Lu Wen was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Twin. I came out of the original realm twice, both times as twins." The power of twin was the reason why Lu Wen could master the dual laws of time and space. Tell me about your departure. Lu Wen knew that he had to gain Ji Yunan's trust, so he did not hide anything, and said decisively, "We have already figured out the process of leaving the original realm, but we have only just confirmed what the original realm has done to us." Lu Wen spoke slowly. The information he revealed was somewhat outside of Ji Yunan's expectations, but it was not much different from what he had expected. Transmigrators who left the original realm would often possess special abilities. This was determined by the uniqueness of the original realm's plane wall. "We believe that this is not actually a plane wall, but a wall of rules," Lu Wen said. "Those who pass through this wall will have a certain aspect of their power strengthened by the rules." Saying this, he looked at Ji Yunan again, and smiled. "Of course, it may not be a person, but something." The heavenly worlds. Ju Po was already at a complete disadvantage. He could not harm Daoist Huang Quan, and could only let him absorb his power. Daoist Huang Quan's own power had already reached the 14th level, and his devouring ability had become increasingly powerful, even beginning to suppress Ju Po. "You can't escape." Daoist Huang Quan's voice was a little hoarse. He didn't have enough time to digest the large amount of netherworld energy, and it was gradually distorting his mind. Ju Po calmly looked at him. A moment later, he said, "It's about time." At the same time, Daoist Netherworld was slightly stunned. Ju Po suddenly raised his hand, and an exquisite pocket watch appeared in his hand. The hands of the pocket watch moved gently. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Even Taoist Netherworld's devouring power stopped. "It's all thanks to your origin." Ju Po's cold voice finally rang out. Then, a palm suddenly struck forward, creating 9 layers of netherworld waves. Under the immense pressure of the laws, the pocket watch shattered, and time returned to normal. However, Daoist Netherworld had no way to resist the power of the 9 serenities, and it was too late for him to devour. He could only take the blow head-on. The 9 spirits allowed him to devour so much power. It turned out that he had secretly taken away a trace of the origin of the original realm. It was not that he did not have any special abilities, but that the special abilities were not with him. The power of the 9 serenities almost shattered the entire void. The strange laws filled the entire space, and Daoist Netherworld was completely trapped in it. However, after a moment, Ju Po sighed deeply. "Is it still too late?" "Yes, it's too late." Daoist Netherworld walked out slowly behind him. His body had been corroded beyond recognition, but his breath was still stable. He was even devouring a large amount of the laws around him. As long as he did not die, his power could be quickly replenished. Daoist Netherworld, who had been replenished by the power of the 9 serenities, was recovering at an amazing speed. He had a sneer on his face. If Ju Po had stolen the origin faster, Daoist Netherworld's power would not have been so strong, and his body would not have begun to weaken. Then, he might have been able to kill the enemy with one blow. After all, Daoist Netherworld did not have an astral realm. "Time stop. You hid it well enough." He looked at Ju Po coldly. At this time, he was not in a hurry to make a move. What the other party brought out from the original realm was not an ability, but an item. Ju Po just shook his head gently. "I took a step back in the past, and today's result is deserved. But I lost, and you may not win." Ju Po knew very well how strong Ji Yunan was now. Based on their speculation about Ji Yunan, his ability was likely to be related to his body. So after obtaining the origin of the original realm, Ji Yunan's body became incredibly strong. Even if Daoist Netherworld had the power of devouring, he would not be able to deal with Ji Yunan in this state. Daoist Netherworld naturally understood what Ju Po was talking about, but he was not afraid. He just smiled and said, "So I came to you first. Only by eating your power can I be qualified to face him." Ju Po's expression changed slightly, but his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the power of devouring actually bit towards his head. Did he run away? Daoist Netherworld's eyes were cold, but he did not care much. He continued to devour Ju Po's power. Star-Lord-type cultivators had all their power in the astral realm. Ju Po's escape would actually only speed up Daoist Netherworld's progress. Ju Po also lost. Lu Wen sighed softly and said, "His time stop is a bit late." Ji Yunan had already learned of Jupo's ability from Lu Wen. He actually brought out a pocket watch from the original realm that could temporarily stop time. Daoist Netherworld did not know about this, but in his previous life, Lu Wen, who was in the same generation as Jupo, had seen his power. Just as Ji Yunan expected, Lu Wen was the one who saw Jupo's history. Daoist Netherworld only learned about it from him because he had been in the original realm for a long time. After Daoist Netherworld learned of Ji Yunan's power, he deliberately confused the concept, hoping to lead Ji Yunan in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the appearance of Morag would directly change the entire situation. Now, everyone was sprinting to see who would be the final winner. Ji Yunan's hands did not stop moving. He only asked curiously, "You have studied for so many years. Do you know why the original realm would send people like us?" "Of course." Lu Wen nodded. "What you are doing now, Daoist Netherworld, and I have tried it before. Because of this, I was able to enter the original realm with my spiritual soul. Back then, you wanted to become the next transmigrator?" "Yes, and I succeeded." Lu Wen's voice was filled with a hint of pride, but then there was a hint of dejection. "But so what? If not for Morag's appearance, we probably would not even know that the thing that drove the power was the source of the original realm. That's all." Chapter 565. Ji Yunan couldn't help but fall silent. Before people like him and Morag, who had the ability to produce the source of the original realm, appeared, they could only search blindly. There was no way they could find the source. Unless they were willing to cut themselves open, or find the next traveler in advance, before he used up the source. "Before you transmigrated, did you also see the future history?" Ji Yunan asked after some thought. This was actually the most powerful force in the original realm. Lu Wen seemed to have steeled his heart to stand on Ji Yunan's side and answered all his questions. "That's right. In fact, I don't need to say more about this. You will see it when you continue to destroy the wall of the rules." Ji Yunan raised his head and looked at the shattered bit wall, but he saw something shocking inside. It was some fragmented fragments of the future. Some were about the heavens, and some were about the gods, but the two sides were clearly separated. There were all kinds of things. Some were about powerful path integration cultivators like them, and some were small peddlers and pawns. Everything was there. There were even some fragments that contradicted each other, but as time passed, one of them would gradually die out. Ji Yunan seemed to understand why the original realm's predictions of the future were so accurate, but only about the future of a single world. The essence of the wall of the rules is indeed a bit wall. It is connected to the bit wall of the two major worlds, Lu Wen's voice continued. But it itself has the power of foresight, and can automatically deduce the future of the two major worlds. Once this kind of future was deduced, it would fall into the original realm and be obtained by some people through memory. Some people would then use this to make movies and literature, and eventually, more people would know about it. But this kind of prediction is not completely accurate. The power of foresight will eventually lean towards one world and completely deduce the future of this side. The other side will completely disappear until the next reincarnation. The next reincarnation would be when the next traveler appeared. Ji Yunan nodded lightly. He understood the essence of the appearance of these travelers. In the end, it was caused by a special bit wall like the wall of the rules. Perhaps a long time ago, the original realm was just an ordinary plane. However, due to the influence of the wall of rules, it was separated from the two major worlds. The power of foresight. Ji Yunan's gaze fell on the bit wall that was gradually breaking, and a faint smile appeared on his face. As long as it is destroyed, there will be no more travelers in the future. Lu Wen was taken aback. Before he could speak, another voice had already resounded. "No, it's mine." Daoist Huang Quan's figure slowly appeared by Lu Wen's side. At this moment, only a thin layer of the wall of laws was left, and Ji Yunan could even see a blurry silhouette on the other side. Lu Wen's expression instantly changed, his figure retreating at the first instant. However, Daoist Huang Quan didn't actually look at him, only staring at the wall of laws in an intoxicated manner. He was the one who had stayed in the original realm the longest and understood the wall of the rules the best. "It's mine." Daoist Huang Quan said solemnly with a calm expression. As he said this, his devouring power was already activated. His target was the fragments of the Wall of Rules, and he quickly swallowed them into his body. Feeling the rapid depletion of the source in his body, Daoist Huang Quan grew increasingly excited. His devouring power could devour everything in the world, and the only limitation was that he did not have enough source. Moreover, the stronger the thing he devoured, the more source it would consume. Now, he finally had sufficient source, and the source consumed to devour the Wall of Rules far exceeded any devouring process he had done in the past. Even when he devoured the extremely powerful power of the 9 underworlds, the speed at which he consumed source was less than half of what he was doing now. After all, the Wall of the Rules was the true source of the strangeness of the original realm, and it was also the reason why everyone present could stand here. Power, this is true power. Daoist Huang Quan's eyes flashed, and the nomological laws had already begun to cover his entire body, and were continuously extending outwards. His nomological laws were very special. They were the solidifying nomological laws that caused all things to stagnate. Under the influence of the solidifying nomological laws, not only did the void gradually stop flowing, even the Wall of Rules was restricted, and the changes in the future also slowed. Bang! There seemed to be a muffled sound in the void, and Daoist Huang Hun suddenly opened his eyes, only to see Ji Yunan shattering the Wall of Rules with a punch and slowly walking out of the original realm. At this moment, Ji Yunan became the first person in history to leave the original realm in a non-spiritual way. After the crack appeared on the Wall of Rules, it also began to rapidly disintegrate, even causing signs of collapse, melting like snowflakes. No, this is mine, mine. Daoist Huang Quan's eyes widened in anger, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. The solidifying nomological laws quickly swept towards Ji Yunan. Ji Yunan did not even look at him. He casually smashed down with his fist, and the solidifying nomological laws around Daoist Huang Quan instantly collapsed, and his entire body flew backward like a cannonball. Daoist Huang Quan had devoured most of the power of the 9 underworlds, but even the 9 underworlds did not have the capital to stand in front of Ji Yunan, let alone him. Ji Yunan turned back and held the crack in the Wall of Rules with both hands. The shadow nomological laws began to quickly surge out, and the crack was rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had covered 1/5 of the area. During this process, his movements paused for a moment because he found that there was still a remnant of a spiritual soul within the Wall of Rules. It was Fu Cheng's spiritual soul. So she has merged with the Wall of Rules. Is it because she came out too early, and the time of the previous transmigrator has not ended? With Ji Yunan's current understanding of the Wall of Rules, he immediately understood why Fu Cheng was here. She had merged with the Wall of Rules. If another few hundred years had passed, she might have become the next Ji Yunan. Unfortunately, she would not have the chance. As the Wall of Rules broke, Fu Cheng's spiritual soul also completely dissipated at the same time. Ji Yunan. Daoist Huang Quan's voice sounded again. He rushed back from the void, his hair disheveled, and his eyes were cold as he looked forward. Stop, or you will regret it, Daoist Huang Quan shouted at Ji Yunan. The devouring power was still devouring the Wall of Rules. Ji Yunan was never one to be swayed by words. He did not even look back as he continued to tear apart the bit wall of the original realm. It was not hard to imagine that once Ji Yunan completely tore it apart, the original realm would merge with the outside world, and there would be no more transmigrators in the world. Daoist Huang Quan's face darkened. He suddenly turned around and shouted, "Eugene, how much longer are you going to wait?" The void seemed to have frozen, and a golden light lit up behind Ji Yunan. It was the Lord of War, Eugene, who had been hiding for a long time. Ji Yunan was originally perfect and flawless, with almost no weaknesses to speak of. Even the banishing god spell could only trap him for a while. However, the scheme of Austin and the other sovereigns had created a weakness in his body. Ji Yunan suddenly turned around and punched straight through Eugene's heart. The Lord of War did not even have time to react. However, Eugene seemed to have expected this. There was no surprise in his eyes. Instead, he grinned and sent the golden light in his hand to Ji Yunan. Inside the golden light, there were 4 colors, one black and one white, with a mysterious aura. This is the essence of the two god kingdoms. Ji Nan raised his eyebrows and immediately understood what Austin had done. No wonder the power of the banishing divine spell was weaker than Ji Nan had imagined. It turned out that the two had not used their full strength. In the golden light in Eugene's hand, the aura of four top main gods had gathered. With the two god kingdoms as a bridge, the power of the four had truly merged together. At this moment, the mark of life and death on Ji Nan's body, which was about to dissipate, suddenly lit up again. This was Austin's last resort. He had used the power of four main gods to trigger the mark of life and death. The banishing divine spell was only to numb the opponent and achieve the effect of a one-hit kill. If Ji Nan was still alive after this attack, the four main gods who had sacrificed themselves would never be able to return. Priest Netherworld looked at this scene coldly. He had been hiding near the original realm and had been aware of the big movements of the two realms. Naturally, what Austin and the others had done could not be hidden from him. Ji Nan, your power has not reached its complete state yet. You have not taken the last step, have you? Priest Netherworld's voice sounded slowly. If you hide in the original realm and comprehend the wall of rules to take that step, you might have a chance. Unfortunately, as Priest Netherworld's voice trailed off, the golden light in the void became more and more dazzling, even giving off a sense of heat. Then, the golden light quickly converged and fell on the mark on Ji Nan's abdomen, causing Ji Nan's life to be completely cut off. There was no longer any sign of life. It's over. Ju Po's figure appeared beside Lu Wen and shook his head slowly. He had thought that no one could catch up with Ji Nan, who had moved too fast. He did not expect that in the end, Netherworld and the main gods would join forces to turn the tables. Eugene covered his chest with one hand. The punch from Ji Nan before his death had instantly injured him so severely that he could hardly move. However, it was all worth it to kill the evil god. Priest Netherworld continued to devour the wall of rules. Now, no one could compete with him. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that a large part of the rules had been destroyed by Ji Nan. As for Ji Nan's completely lifeless body, he only glanced at it and paid no more attention. No matter how valuable Ji Nan's body was, it was not as important as his own strength. However, at this moment, Eugene's expression suddenly changed. His entire body seemed to have been penetrated by some kind of huge force from behind, and his abdomen was directly torn apart. Eugene's body instantly fell into pieces in the void. Ji Nan walked out from behind him with his neck twisted, a sinister smile on his face. The imprint is all right, but the strength is a little lacking. He touched the life and death imprint on his abdomen. The power on it had almost completely dissipated. Eugene had gathered the power of four main gods and finally triggered the final attack of the life and death imprint. Although it had worked, it had also completely exhausted the imprint's power. More importantly, the life and death imprint did not have the expected effect. Priest Netherworld looked over in a daze, as if he could not understand how Ji Nan, who had clearly died, could come back to life. In his eyes, the Ji Nan just now was definitely completely dead. Even his spirit had been destroyed in an instant. Not even the astral realm could save him. Ji Nan slowly walked up to Priest Netherworld, then looked at Eugene, who had been torn apart by him, and could not help but shake his head. If Austin knew that the time he fought for with his life was wasted by you just like that, would he be so angry that he would come back to life? Ji Nan said in a somewhat amused tone. He finally understood Austin's plan. From the beginning, the main god of light had gambled that Ji Nan would sooner or later have a conflict with other powerhouses. He had asked Eugene to attack at the critical moment, hoping to activate Ji Nan's life and death imprint, and then completely destroy Ji Nan's body. If it was a normal time, his plan would not be wrong at all. Daoist Huang Quan would definitely kill him and not leave any chance for Ji Nan. Unfortunately, it was not normal now. The wall of law was right in front of him, so how could Priest Netherworld care about anything else? Austin also did not expect that with Ji Nan's current power, even with the power of four main gods, the state of life and death caused by the transformation of life and death only lasted for a short moment. It was not until Ji Nan came back to life that Priest Netherworld stopped moving and retreated. With just one step, Ji Nan instantly broke through his frozen space and came directly in front of him. At this time, Priest Netherworld's mind, which was disturbed by the power, seemed to have recovered, and his face gradually calmed down. You are still one step away, right? I have a way to help you. Priest Netherworld lowered his head and tried to make his voice sound normal. Ji Nan did not speak, and Priest Netherworld continued, You may be like Ju Po, who crossed over with something, but now it has been destroyed. So what if I am? I can help you. Priest Netherworld's voice suddenly rose. I know the original realm the best, and I know how to bring out the power I want. Leave the wall of law, and you will have a chance to take the last step. Just find someone who brought out the same thing as you. And you can keep an eye on me at any time. Don't worry about me being a threat. Priest Netherworld's words became smoother and smoother, as if he had even convinced himself. Speaking of this, he pointed to Lu Wen and Ju Po over there and said, The same is true for them. As long as you keep an eye on us and don't let us come into contact with the origin, you don't need to take any risk. He stared into Ji Nan's eyes and said in a low voice, Think about it, with your current realm, as long as you take one more step, you can see the end of the world, the ultimate truth, the power. Why? When Priest Netherworld finished speaking, he finally saw that Ji Nan did not seem to be listening to him. The Shadow Rule had quickly invaded the Wall of Law and completely destroyed it. How is it? Has your devouring ability disappeared? Ji Nan turned around and looked at him. He didn't show a satisfied smile until he saw Taoist Netherworld's sudden change of expression. Keeping Daoist Huang Quan alive was to verify this point. The special abilities of all transmigrators came from the Wall of Law. Even after they left the original realm, this connection still existed. Now that Ji Nan had destroyed the Wall of Law, it meant that they were completely free from his control. Even Ji Nan himself felt his body lighten, and the fragment of the evil god's temple that had melted into his body seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Why? Priest Netherworld looked at him in disbelief. You could have gone one step further. Why, I have already won. Ji Nan patted him on the shoulder and said with a faint smile, The winner does not need to gamble anymore. Chapter 566. I won't admit that it's a lousy ending because I've already written what I wanted to write. Although it wouldn't be too much of a problem to write another 500,000 words, it would be meaningless to keep repeating the same old routine. In conclusion, this isn't a lousy ending, it's just a little too short. About the new book will be released at approximately 8:20 p.m. on November 23, 2017. The new book will be released at approximately 8:20 p.m. on November 23, 2017. The new book will be released at approximately 8:20 p.m. on November 23, 2017. The tentative title of the book will be Time Everyone Cho. There's a high probability that it won't pass the review, so it will probably be changed. Introduction. Pay for your time, and you can get everything you want. Mr. Su Jun, the director of the Time Exchange. When Su Jun picked up the book with the name of Time, he only had 3 days left to live. Within his limited lifespan, he had to collect a commission from the transaction of time or buy the remnant page of the Book of Time from the seller to extend his life. If he couldn't buy it, well, he could just rob it. Chapter 567. P.S. My new book, I want to turn over a new leaf and build a harmonious society. The protagonist will never kill indiscriminately, serious face. Crossing the Heavens and Becoming an Evil God. New book, Time Plunder. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 568. Traversing the Heavens and Becoming an Evil God. New book, Booster Empire. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update.